We are live on Facebook. Good evening. We are at the Tuesday, October 13th, 2020 council meeting. We're doing it electronically per our emergency operations ordinance. All of council is present. And if we can start by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have the invocation, and I think Councilman Wood, you are up.
Please join with me. Heavenly Father, we ask for your mercy, your grace, your blessings for our beloved Bluffton community and this council. May we all continue to be servants to each other and remember to love our neighbors as thyself. Let us be of kind heart and to give graciously to all those in need. All of these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Councilman Wood. We will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Orlando, are there any changes, additions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if no changes, is there a motion to accept this agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. And are there any opposed? That's unanimous. Next, we have two meeting minutes. One is an emergency meeting and one regular. First is the emergency meeting minutes of August 26th. If there are no changes, is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Larry, you want to second that since y'all?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? That's unanimous. And we have regular meeting minutes of September 8th. If you've read over them, are there any changes? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Fred was faster. Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Then that's unanimous. We have two presentations. The first we're not going to read, but it is very important. It's National Planning Month, and we have Heather and we have Kevin right there. And thank y'all. You would normally accept it. Do cherish what y'all do every month, not just this month, but for time's sake, we will not read it. It will be posted on our website. Next, we have the Destination Marketing Organization Annual Marketing Plan, Report of Progress and Actions. Ariana Pernice is the Vice President of the Visitor and Convention Bureau for the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber. And I think she's in the meeting room. While they're pulling her in, I'm going to say this a lot because I think a lot of new people get on Facebook. All governments do things different in this kind of electronic world. While some of us may be on Facebook for some reason, we do not address comments on Facebook. If you want to write a public comment, we have since March, we have electronic means to do so, and many have done so during public comment. Kim will read them. So those are comments from the public. We are not addressing Facebook comments, but we are addressing public comments sent electronically. And I'm going to kind of say that throughout the meeting just to anybody new pops up. So we have Ariana in the room. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. Am I able to begin?
All you.
Great. So good evening, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager, and staff. I appreciate your time. We're here to present. Again, my name is Ariana Pernice. I am with the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, Visitor and Convention Bureau. And as your designated marketing organization, we'd like to provide a quarterly update of all the great happenings that we've been doing over the past few months. So if you will, I'm going to share my screen. And does everybody see my screen? Wonderful. So again, I want to start, we haven't spoken in public since our beginning presentation regarding the overall marketing plan. And as we know, COVID was in the midst of kind of really blooming. It was in that early April timeframe. So we had just gone through March and putting together that budget. So again, we held hands on understanding that this was a fluid opportunity, but what we felt comfortable with together was with the $82,000 for our DMO marketing and initiative budget. So just a little recap there from where we've been. As you know, many things have changed since then, but just so we had a foundation. So what have we been doing around the town of Bluffton? As you know, we are aligned with the town of Bluffton on our 6 areas of focus, our districts or designations, including history, culture, and arts, the National Historic Register designations, including the Campbell Chapel AME and the Church of the Cross, public parks and open spaces, the rich diversity of the town of Bluffton, its natural beauty in May River, and of course, Montage Palmetto Bluff. How does that turn into programs and initiatives? We have taken a social forward approach. And as you can see here, we are really blooming in terms of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And so those numbers will continue to grow, but seeing these numbers, again, with that social forward approach, with numbers of, upwards of 10,000, close to, 2,300 and 620, these are, great growth numbers, knowing that we really didn't have a strong presence just a couple of years ago. And so we've really honed in and worked very closely with the town and ensuring that those, not only our handles, but also our hashtags are really working hard and really showcasing the destination as a whole. So we will continue that initiative. These numbers, again, are for July through September of 2020. But who's looking at our social media? And when you look at it, again, the female voice stands true and stands strong in terms of being active on the social media platforms. So 74% of those that are engaging with our brand are female. And the top cities that are engaging at this time, again, that July through September, is Charlotte, Atlanta, Philadelphia, New York, and Raleigh, North Carolina. An exciting new venture that, again, we're excited to partner with the town on, and we've been out, and many of you have seen us out and about in town, is this Bluffton video series. And so this is an ongoing series for us, but in terms of getting that initiated and started, we worked very closely again with many of you on with the town staff to identify some of these first videos that we could capture. So really the goal, because of, not only our current state of post-quarantine, but just how, visitors in general are digesting, or travelers are digesting brands and travel overall, it is through this video platform. They're on multiple devices. We want quick bites that they can digest, and we felt video was the best way to do that. And so what we've been doing is going out and gathering that content, the Campbell Chapel AME, Garvin Garvey House, Bluffton Oyster Company, Old Town Bluffton Inn. The list is here in front of you, but we don't see this list really having an end. We want to, as the town evolves and grows, we want this series to live alongside of it. And so really this is not only showcasing all the great attributes from a visitor's perspective, but it's also really touching on the heartstrings of what makes it so special as a community, and really bringing just that part of the Lowcountry to life. And thank you to so many, not only here within this this presentation, but out in the community, who have allowed us to come in and take some of those pieces back with us. They're turning into great things, and we are hopeful to share those with you in just a couple weeks. And that was it, Mayor. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
So, Council, I'll leave it to y'all to ask questions of where they are and how they're spending the money we've allotted to them. Anything from Council?
Yeah, I just ask, with where we were with the COVID in the beginning and the economy shut down, it appeared tourism picked back up near the latter part of the summer. What would you consider a total recovery, Ariana?
Thank you, Councilman Woods. It's a great question. So we've built a flexible budget that can obviously move and grow as things change, or, if necessary, to pull back. So that was a great starting point of that 82,000. And, up against this past year, we're looking at unprecedented times. So, we don't feel that this year we will fully recover, but with tourism picking back up, we are seeing increases within those budget line items. And that's a great thing to see with Montage open back up and the inn, as well as many other visitors walking, in and throughout town. That's just been great to see. So we will continue to flex those budgets to appropriate levels based on the bed tax that is derived from those visitors.
Any other questions? I would encourage y'all to, if you want to set up a time to do any kind of review of last year's spending. I actually was able to go, and I've been meaning to email y'all all about it. It was really thorough, probably more thorough than in the past, and asked a lot of questions, and really talked about, where they're spending the money and what, if they're paying attention to the cultural side of what we want to see in some of our marketing. So please do that if y'all have time, and Mark or Kim can arrange that. Any other questions? Great. Ariana, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're putting you in another room. We are working on communications from mayor and council. Anything? Well, I'm gonna shout out a couple of things. The Municipal Association wrote an article, Mark sent it to us, about how councils and staffs in this state are handling this pandemic and working remotely. And we had a really great article in the Municipal Association's magazine. And I believe somebody, Lindsay or somebody, posted it on our social media. And I learned to smile when we're here, because you never know when someone's going to take a screenshot of all of us. But it was a really great article, and it shows a lot of hard work on our staff. So Mark, everyone on this screen, and everyone at home that doesn't have the ability to be at council, I do thank you for that. And I also saw that one of our council members was, well, she's the only one, she was on South Carolina Black Pages South top 20 under 40. I think that was Bridget. So congratulations, Bridget, on that. I hadn't had a chance to look through that website about it, but amazing. Good job. So anything else from council? Okay, we're moving on to public comment. Public comment is normally in person and always electronically. When we are meeting in person, you have to fill out a public comment card before 6 p.m. You have to be there to read it, and you have 3 minutes to read your public comments. Through our emergency operations, while some councils across the state are just taking public comment from Facebook, we are not, we never have. We have asked you to do it electronically. Kim has done a stellar job reading, and she has gotten through extremely long ones that probably would have been cut off at 3 minutes and gotten through it. So we do ask the same thing with respect. Keep it to what we are overseeing, and Kim will put the name and the address, and then we'll have a 3-minute clock. And when the 3 minutes is up, Kim, I will stop you. So we have a few, so I'll let you get started.
All right. First public comment, Dawn Niebuhr of 15 South Forest Beach, Hilton Head. We are property owners on Hilton Head Island, and we are in our 60s and 70s. We are immune compromised, and we do not believe masks work or are warranted, knowing what we know now about the Chinese virus. 99.987% not affected. They are basically ineffective outside and not known for inside. End the mask mandate and authoritative power garb. Bonnie Turner, 4921 Bluffton Parkway, Bluffton. Please, it is time to make wearing masks voluntary and not mandatory. Iva Lands, 28 Sugary Drive, Bluffton. Please vote to do away with the masks. It is time that as a community, we get back to a normal routine. It is next to impossible to continue to wear a mask day in and day out. We need to build up our immune system to this, or we will never beat it. Donna Farrell, 40 Follyfield Road, Hilton Head. While I may live in Hilton Head, I frequently do business in Bluffton and have many friends who live in town. I'm writing to you today to urge you to truly look at the lack of evidence supporting the value of mask wearing and prevailing viral infections. That substantive evidence simply is not there. Stop swallowing the rhetoric that has been fed to us since day one about how deadly this virus is. The survival rate with full recovery is well over 90%. The damage to emotional well-being, mental health, and physical health by wearing masks is much greater and much more concerning. Covering one's face with a mask dehumanizes people. The connection between people is lost. There is a rift in our community with mask wearers on one side and non-mask wearers on the other side. Do you know who and what caused that rift? You forced this unconstitutional mask mandate on us, are to blame for the dissension we see in our community. Find your backbones, stop blindly swallowing the narrative, and do what is right to make Bluffton and our community the tight-knit, supportive community it once was. Do the right thing by allowing individual choice in whether or not a person wears a mask. Vote no for the mask mandate. Jody Lester, 11 Grove Way, Bluffton. Ditch the masks. Jill Warga, 4 Indigo Run Drive, Hilton Head. Please vote to end the mask mandate. We need to open up our island. The mask mandate is hurting businesses and employees who have suffered enough. Masks don't work and virus numbers are blown up. Please, let's go back to normal. I miss all the things that made Hilton Head special, all the activities, fairs, etc. I'm missing smiles and hugging. This has turned our home into a civil war. Most of us know the real agenda behind the mask. Promote freedom. This is the United States. Irish Shedlock, 21 Creekstone Drive. I'm still unclear as to what our goal is for keeping a mask mandate. It is completely unrealistic to believe that you can eliminate SARS. As with all other viruses, it will always continue to exist. Using the PCR to diagnose is just plain stupid and irresponsible. We are using a non-diagnostic tool to diagnose. What is your fear? The hospitals are not packed. Deaths are mostly happening in the expected age groups. Almost 100% of the infected recover. How do you improve on that? About 50% are not even reporting symptoms. If we have to get tested to figure out if we're infected, then how is that a dangerous virus? COVID-19 has no distinguishing symptoms and may instead be from air pollution, allergies, sinus infection, and prescription drug side effects. How easy to overlook and ignore these causes and point the finger at SARS, especially when the bogus PCR test gives you a false positive. Mask wearing can cause some of these symptoms too. We end up mistreating, and you know from what else these symptoms arise, the COVID-19 vaccine. Let's get the vaccine so we can develop the same symptoms we want to avoid from a virus with nearly a 100% recovery rate without a vaccine. And these reported vaccine symptoms are in study participants who are super healthy. What happens when those 2.6 comorbidites get vaccinated? Is this what you're all waiting for to save you? Dietary supplement makers are forbidden to make health claims, but it is okay to force people to wear masks as a medical device with no required health exam and make false claims that studies prove mask effectiveness. Viral particles are too small to be blocked by a mask. If masks work, then why did Asian countries have outbreaks where masks are customary, or why does history show disease outbreaks in hospitals where they wear surgical and N95 masks, or why are the governors of California and New York still freaking out despite wearing masks longer than us? You're being manipulated and weaponized by our public health agencies and drug companies. They want our silence as evidenced by the mask. Don't let the cure be worse than the disease. Vote no to extending and end the tyranny. Camilla Rock, 126 Shell Hallway. It is unhealthy and it is proven to make you sick. I have been in healthcare for 30 years, and the only way to stop virus transmission is by boosting immune function, cleanliness, and wearing a complete enclosed zip suit. If people choose to wear that, that's their choice, but mandating it is against our constitutional rights. Tony Glick, 11 Doral Court. Please, please remove the mask mandate. Give everyone a choice so the healthy people can break free. We need to be able to work out at gyms without a mask. Whitley Deputy, 64 Cassandra Lane. The CDC has released information confirming that the overwhelming majority of people who contract COVID are full-time mask wearers. According to the CDC, you are 18 to 23 times more likely to contract COVID when wearing masks. Not only do masks do absolutely nothing to prevent the spread of COVID, they are absolutely detrimental to health. Masks are causing skin conditions, rashes, and acne. They are a petri dish for bacteria. They are causing severe respiratory infections resulting in hospitalizations. They lower oxygen intake while increasing the intake of poisonous CO2. People are breathing in mold as a mask becomes a moldy environment in as little as half an hour. They cause stress and anxiety, which have been scientifically proven to lower your immune system, making you even more vulnerable to disease. People with medical conditions that can't wear masks are being harassed. The list of cons of mask wearing is a mile long. If you care about the citizens of this town at all, please listen to the science and end the mask mandate. Dan Gauss, 35 Lakeside Drive, Bluffton. Good evening. As you are well aware, Beaufort County's mask ordinance has been defeated 7-4. It is now time for you to do the same. We have sat by over the past 6 to 7 months while you made decisions based solely off probabilities while disregarding the facts that have been presented to you. We have watched our children and other loved ones sacrifice not only their freedom to choose, but sacrifice their mental and physical health. They sacrifice these things based off of information or lack thereof from our councilmen. We have been called selfish, but yet we sacrifice those things for a very small number of people. You have made decisions for your people based off emotions and not facts. We need more people like Mike Covert, Brian Flellen, Stu Rodman, and Chris Hervokian in local government. These men listened to the facts and spoke for the people. No matter what your decision is here today, the silent majority will not comply. This ordinance has caused far more harm than good, and you have given us no proof at all that it has helped. I have personally seen mothers cry for their children and business owners at a loss for words when asked how they will stay open. By the way, Mayor Sulka did stay true to your word and go out and speak with business owners. For those of you who vote to keep this ridiculous ordinance in play, please know that you have woken a sleeping giant and will not rest until freedom prevails. I would say thank you for your time, but you have wasted months of ours, and this is madness. Let the people choose. Valerie Buback, 470 Lake Bluff Drive. A new CDC study shows that masks do nothing to stop the spread of COVID-19. 70% of those with symptoms who tested positive for COVID-19 said they wore a mask all the time, compared with 3.9% who said they never wore one. And Valerie provides 2 links. She says, here's a link to a post with data analyst who has provided analysis to this county that led to doing away with mandates and shutdowns. In that post, a doctor discusses how people with masks are experiencing adverse health issues. The data analyst also discusses all the ways a mask further spreads the virus. The town of Bluffton is setting itself up for lawsuits due to ignoring that science that says masks are ineffective and cause bacterial infections of the face, mouth, and lungs. They are merely a cultural tool used to instill caution in the minds of citizens and to give an at-risk group a false sense of security. Given the physical and emotional damage they cause, it is irresponsible to mandate masks on citizens. Do any of you have medical degrees? Do you have a physician or epidemiologist on staff? If not, then you should not be dictating health practices that can be easily challenged. Alexander Zara, 12 Old South Court, Bluffton. It is time you end your local government overreach of mask mandate. As we learn more about this virus, it is becoming apparent its case fatality rate is in line with the H1N1 swine flu. We did not take any of these unconstitutional measures during that, and it's time we stop them with COVID. I personally know people who have developed respiratory issues due to masks. Continuing the mask mandate will set the town up for future legal expenses due to the harmful nature of masks. It is not only the correct thing to do, but a financially sound decision to protect the town from future lawsuits. That is not even going to get into how masks are the First Amendment issue, because it is against many of our religions and how harmful they are to various individuals with anxiety and sensory issues. We're lucky that there has been no mask-related violence in our area and should thank our blessings for that, but quit while we are ahead and end the mask mandate. Please have the courage to stand with myself, many more individuals, and Beaufort County Council with saying enough is enough and no more masks. Thank you and God bless. Tiffany Reeder, 4 Woodland Sky Court. You mentioned frequently that you're listening to the local hospital executive and SCDHAC who has been found to make faulty statements with regard to case counts after the mask mandates were implemented and publishing completely fraudulent case positivity rates. To make your decisions regarding the EO and the mask mandate, however, you have not provided any other expert opinions in your pronouncements, namely experts that differ from your current approach. I encourage you to read the Great Barrington Declaration, and she provides a link, which I will provide to council. There are now over 30,000 doctors and scientists from around the world condemning These measures being used by the local and federal governments to deal with the coronavirus. They completely oppose the locking down of communities and schools and instead recommend at-risk populations to be kept safe at home or understand the risk of venturing out into an unmasked community. They recommend that the not at-risk population resume a normal lifestyle immediately, including children just observing traditional hygiene practices of hand washing and staying at home if you're sick, all with the goal of reaching herd immunity. You state regularly that you support the mask to slow the spread and reduce death rates and hospitalizations. We have minimal deaths and only 2 in the hospitals as of 10/8. Why not lift the mandates? Or have you now moved the goalpost and decided that we should have no spread? You realize this is not rational. Several of you have used the reasoning of masks will go away when we have a vaccine. With the latest poll out showing over 60% of Americans will not take the vaccine when it's released, you can see that approach is extremely flawed. As we now know, there is no correlation between cases and deaths. In fact, the WHO now estimates the world infection rate is 10%. That drops the infection fatality rate for COVID to 0.1%. For reference, the seasonal flu is 0.1 to 0.2%. You must take steps to relax the mandate now and begin the process of allowing the community to accept the reality that the masks aren't protecting us and we can't be afraid of this virus. Every day that goes by, the community becomes more broken. Skip Hoagland, 61 Sparwell Lane. Ms. Sulka, it seems you continue to mislead citizens about your activities. For example, several years back, you did an illegal membership drive using town employees on town time to help profit the criminally operated Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber. This harmed your own respected official Greater Bluffton Chamber. How was this possible without you scheming their CEO, Bill Miles, as well as Bluffton Town Manager, Mark Orlando? And after you got caught, you said you would do the same membership drive for the Greater Bluffton Chamber. When exactly are you planning to do that? In fact, I received an email from Bluffton Chamber lawyer Robert Fox, who said, quote, "A tragic mistake. Hilton Head Chamber is not Bluffton's chamber, and town employees asking taxpayers to support one chamber over the other is not right. Public is in an uproar and should be." And to add insult to injury, we found out that you and Orlando used tax dollars to join the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber, not your town's own Greater Bluffton Chamber. It was only after you got caught that you both belatedly purchased memberships. The way I see it, the math works out to 511 new memberships or $190K in damages owed to the honestly run Greater Bluffton Chamber. Ms. Sulka, you clearly misuse town resources and need to make this right as follows. Number 1, publicly announce the Greater Bluffton Chamber as the town's official chamber. Sell 511 memberships or pay $190K in damages. Number 2, ask the fraudulently operated Hilton Head Chamber to leave Bluffton, as having 2 competitive chambers in Bluffton causes confusion for local businesses. No other city in South Carolina has 2 official chambers. Number 3, remove the Hilton Head Chamber as the town's recently hired DMO, which the town favored over the Greater Bluffton Chamber without a contract and accounting transparency. This could not be any more corrupt than not offering this community to your own chamber versus the corruptly run Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber. I just read that you were quoted in the Island Packet as saying, when it comes to comments about executive session, that you didn't want residents thinking we're out here making backdoor deals. If it's in your executive session, it's a contractual matter, and I promise you that. And that's an interesting statement, given I consider your entire mayoral tenure to be one long ongoing backdoor deal. However, you can't at least make things right with the Bluffton Greater Chamber of Commerce, then head back to selling real estate full time instead of being a part-time game playing mayor with multiple horses in every town race. Adam Ham, 10 Kirk Court. Why I say no masks. All we hear from government and medical is slow the spread, not stop the spread. I learned a long time ago that verbiage is everything. Seems they know there is nothing that can be done to stop a virus. Take New Zealand, for example. They actually did stop the virus from spreading. As soon as they opened again, they had cases pop back up. Slow the spread means keeping control for an extended period of time. The longer we keep the mask mandate, the more likely it is that another business will close their doors forever. I am like a lot of other people. I refuse to wear a mask. Therefore, I refuse to give my money to a business that requires me to wear a mask. I would love to go shopping and go out to eat to support the local economy. What I'm confused about is masks in restaurants. You have a mask on and you care about people and protecting others. When you sit down and take your mask off, you're somehow in a magical bubble where a virus cannot spread. Now, when you stand up again, there's danger. I just cannot for the life of me figure out how sitting saves everyone from virus transmission. Not to mention that unincorporated Beaufort County just set the bar for you guys to follow. Meg Bakley, 22 Beaumont Court. As a resident of Bluffton, I ask that you do not renew the mask mandate today. The number of COVID cases in our area does not warrant this level of government overreach. This decision should remain up to each adult and their personal health and situation. No one is taking masks away, so those that still choose to wear a mask certainly can, and businesses that choose to still require them can as well. Please keep in mind that masks do not come with zero downsides or risks. More doctors are coming out each day to share the negative effects they are seeing on a daily basis. From impetigo, staph infections, asthma, migraines, strep throat, mask mouth, tooth and gum health deteriorating, starving off, and permanent killing of brain cells and other lung infections. I've personally experienced 2 of those detrimental side effects myself, and this is without touching upon the emotional, psychological, or developmental effects they continue to have on our population. Where there is risk, there must be a choice. In all of these emergency orders and mandates, you need to hear and see how children and families are being forgotten about. Children and parents are suffering. My kids and I, who are younger than the age of the mask requirement in our town, have been verbally attacked and confronted in stores on several occasions. The DMV forced me to leave my kids in the car because they would not allow them in the building, even with an appointment, endangering them for a policy they didn't even make me aware of prior to arriving. However, they did allow us to stand in line outside while breathing in cigarette smoke, yet my healthy kids were the health threat. Some employees and citizens have turned into a vicious mask mob, embottled in these mandates and choosing to verbally or physically attack others who they determine are not following orders as they see fit. Due to this, I rarely take my children out to the store with me. However, the parks closed for months, and thank you for hearing us on that issue. Schools closed and many children's activities closed. This has caused a great deal of isolation, anxiety, and depression. We've had to change our lives entirely to find childcare every time we need to run an errand or have an appointment. I refuse to allow my children to be in situations where they're treated like a walking disease. The isolation and hateful situations they have experienced from the mask mandates continues to negatively affect them. My family and I take our health very seriously. We spend more time and money nourishing and supporting our bodies and health every day, paying out of pocket for preventative care that is not covered by insurance. Wearing a mask does nothing but make us sick. Bluffton is forcing a mandate upon my family and it's hurting our health, in turn causing us to become a health threat to those around us. We already use proper distancing, hand washing, and stay home when ill. These are common sense measures that we've all been reminded of for months, and they work. What does not work is isolating and sanitizing people and things to death and damaging our immune systems through mask wearing. These things will never achieve health. We are killing the terrain of every person, which is creating more illness. Please leave health up to us as free citizens, responsible for our own health and body in conjunction with healthcare providers we choose. Government has no place in this. Tanya McGuire, 1 Fording Court. Please rescind the ridiculous mask mandate. In my opinion, you are hurting the local economy. I know myself, along with many others, are shopping online rather than locally because I refuse to mask up just before I visit a store. People deserve a choice. If they wish to wear a mask, then by all means wear one. But this mandate is pushing us to one step closer to socialism, and that's not what this country is about. The South is known for hospitality, and looking at people with creepy masks on is not hospitable. Make it a choice. Johnny Garrett, 16 Lakeside Drive. I'm writing to ask that the mask mandate be lifted. I feel that wearing a mask should be a choice. I feel that it's unconstitutional to be forced to wear one, especially when the fact that there is no end game in sight. What numbers do we have to have this listed? If the number is 0, then that will never happen. You have offered no clearly defined plan, and I feel that masks aren't necessary. Courtney Taylor, 57 Starshine Circle. Please stop the mask mandate. Heidi Hennenkamp, 123 9th Avenue. Please end this madness. Lift the forced mask wearing oppression over our town. We once had a lovely, sweet town, but now these masks have put a dark, depressing cloud over our town. It's wearing and families are worn out. Wear a mask to protect the elderly, but destroy children's developing brains in the meantime. We need to start thinking about how this is affecting the children and how it's draining our town. Enough is enough. The only thing to fear is fear itself. Stand up against this and see the truth that it's not life-threatening virus, that case numbers will always fluctuate. Case numbers mean nothing. Focus on what's important, and that's lifting the forced mask wearing. Steve Young, 8 Ventura Lane. Although I'm not a resident of Bluffton, I shop and do business in Bluffton on a daily basis. I appreciate your time in reviewing the information below. A new CDC shows that masks do nothing but stop the spread of COVID-19. 70% of those with symptoms who tested positive for COVID-19 said they wore a mask all the time, compared to 3.9% who said they never wore one. And then he provides 2 links, which I will provide to council, that includes information. In the post, a doctor discusses how people with masks are experiencing adverse health issues. The data analysis also discusses all the ways a mask further spreads the virus. The town of Bluffton is setting itself up for lawsuits due to ignoring the science that says masks are ineffective and cause bacterial infections of the face, mouth, and lungs. They are merely a cultural tool used to instill caution in the minds of citizens and give the at-risk group a false sense of security. Given the physical and emotional damage they cause, it is irresponsible to mandate masks on citizens. Do any of you have medical degrees? Do you have a physician on staff? If not, then you should be dictating health practices that can easily be challenged. Please consider removing the mandate based on this information. Jessica Kelly, 45 Folly Field Road, Hilton Head. It's time to move on and allow people to shop and dine and visit places indoors with no mask. The virus has never overwhelmed our healthcare system, and it has over a 99% recovery rate. Please give the people back their freedoms. Hannah Hicks, 5 Nob Hill Court. I vote no to extending the mask mandate. Tara Morin, 115 Rudder Road, Bluffton. I'm tired of being discriminated against. I cannot wear a mask due to numerous medical conditions. Private businesses discriminate and don't allow longstanding customers to shop. If the mask ordinance, not a law, is lifted, I will have a better chance at being able to shop for myself and my family. There are certain services and material necessities that are not attainable unless entering the physical store. No more masks. It is our legal right, and not only breath, but to choose to wear what we want. We need our freedom back. It's long overdue. Make masks an independent choice. Sarah Colane, 109 Rudder Road. Do not extend the mandatory mask ordinance. Masks should be optional for those who want to wear them. Scott Colane, 109 Rudder Road. Please consider voting no for the mask mandate extension. While I do believe that masks are beneficial in some cases, I also believe that there are too many double standards and loose ends with it. I think it should be optional to wear a mask. Also, I feel optional to wear a mask, Also, I feel that you shouldn't be chastised or discriminated against for not wearing one. Amy Mobley, 14 Lakeland Court. I ask that you repeal the mask mandate for Bluffton. There is no consistent science to support that it is cutting down on infections. In fact, the CDC has shown that from July 1st to the 29th, of those who had tested positive for COVID, 70% said they wore a mask all the time. Out of those who also tested positive, 3.9 said they never wore a mask. Also, the WHO just came out and said that COVID is more dangerous than the seasonal flu. Where and how does this mandate that should never have been put in place end? I believe you are committing fraud against the town of Bluffton. We've significantly reduced our spending in Bluffton and have taken it to Jasper County. Please be aware that there are many lawsuits happening around the country regarding the illegal taking of people's freedoms and the medical tyranny that is happening. Please wake up and let Americans decide for themselves what is best for them and their families. Lisa Laking, 7 Slack Tide. Please end the mask mandate and all COVID-19 restrictions. The state of emergency declaration applies to emerging uncertain acute crises and as such grants unusual amounts of authority to our government. We are now 8 months and scientists and the public know a great deal more about the coronavirus and are not in imminent danger as COVID-19 is more than 99% survivable. Continuing these restrictions under a baseless emergency declaration is abuse of power and fraud. Many people and business owners will still choose to wear masks, and that's perfectly okay. Freedom to choose is all we the people are asking. Please do the right thing. Sharon Brown. She has a couple questions. She says her first question is, A good portion of streetlights on Buck Island and Simmonsville Road bulbs have been out since March 2020, in which I've reported, and in July to Pat and a town staffer, and they are still out as of today. I would like an updated report on when will these lights be fixed in our neighborhood. Her second question, the Bluffton Eagles Community Action Committee has an MOA with the town, which entails maintaining the grounds, cutting the grass and the ditch, correct? Why isn't the maintenance crew cutting the weeds and grass inside the infield? That too is part of the Eagles field. And she wants to know who is supposed to cut the ingrown grass in the ditch. Third question, the free bike taxi service being provided for the residents and tourists in the historic district. Who is paying for the service? How many bike taxis are in service from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.? And lastly, in March, the Buck Island Simmonsville community had a well-attended meeting with some of the town growth management department addressing concerns on property utilization and other issues. Then the COVID-19 pandemic plagued the country and our town, in which there was no follow-up. She would like to know where we are on the priority list for a follow-up meeting. And the last public comment, Christy Hale, 226 Stony Crossing. Please end the mask mandate and unmask Bluffton. The science doesn't back this mandate, and they are doing more harm than good physically, mentally, and emotionally. A friend's teen daughter got a horrible infection from a rash on her face from wearing masks. Respiratory infections and other illnesses are also a result of masks. Please end the mask mandate as it is being ended for unincorporated Beaufort County. People should be able to make this choice for themselves. And that is it.
Kim, public comment is over. Next, we move on to workshop agenda items. First is Brian McElwee, and it is discussion and direction on amendments to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Article 3, and Article 5, and Article 9. Brian, you're up.
All right, yes, ma'am. Y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't really a workshop per se. I think it's more of an update for you all. And you'll see when we go through it, it's really just an update on the stormwater ordinance and where we've come through the past 2 years. If you guys will recall, the Southern Lowcountry Regional Board was formed back in 2017 between the city of Hardeeville, towns of Bluffton, Ridgeland, Hilton Head, and Yemassee, and then Beaufort County and Jasper County. The mission was to create a regional think tank that will identify the problems and opportunities that face the entire Southern Lowcountry to discuss the zoning, housing, employment, the quality of life, social issues, and propose action plans to the appropriate legislative bodies. During one of the first meetings, 2017, SoLoco, the self-named SoLoco, charged the respective staff members to summarize the stormwater standards in the region. There was a technical subcommittee formed in 2017, and we found that the most restrictive or the highest criteria weren't necessarily the best. Beaufort County had a pretty strict stormwater standard. Hilton Head was pretty high. Ours was very high, but some of the other ones didn't have that. That didn't necessarily mean that anybody was doing something bad or doing something less than the others. It just meant that it might not necessarily be the best given the current state of knowledge. We also discovered that stormwater doesn't follow political boundaries. It doesn't stop at the line between unincorporated Beaufort County and Bluffton. It follows watersheds, and then also not every watershed is the same. Some watersheds in the Lowcountry are 100% saltwater, and some are predominantly freshwater. So the recommendation to SoLoco was to develop a regional stormwater standard that was consistent with the current state of knowledge. And we presented this to SoLoco and asked that we procure a consultant team to assist staff drafting this ordinance in the design manual. We got a contract with the Center for Watershed Protection and McCormick Taylor. They helped us develop a model stormwater ordinance, a comprehensive stormwater design manual. We went through several rounds of stakeholder and public review and public comment. And then about late 2019, they delivered to us the design manual, a calculations tool, and then training to staff. So the stormwater design manual itself, it's designed with the current state of knowledge to control stormwater via a watershed-based approach, not jurisdictional boundary-based. We allow for special watershed protection area designations. So the May River will have its own watershed protection area designation. So that would apply whether you're developing in Bluffton or Beaufort County or anywhere else. I think those are the only two that drain to the May River. But the Okatee would have its own special watershed protection area. Again, it'd be irrespective of what jurisdiction you're in. The manual also develops post-construction criteria for quantity and quality stormwater control. It provides us an enforcement mechanism to go out and make sure that developers and contractors are following these rules. It incorporates green or low impact development standards. We have provisions in there to protect natural resources via better site design and incorporating more open space with development. And then we protect the water quality and the quantity through credits through various best management practices or BMPs. And so the manual itself is about 400 pages. It's very in-depth. There are several appendices with worksheets and calculators. It's quite a document. I think it's going to be really beneficial for the area. So in order for us to adopt this, there are several articles of the UDO that we're going to need to come back to you all with changes to. Those articles are section 3.1, section 3.13. Those deal with development and development sureties. Then there's section 5.1, which is our actual design standards. And this will reference out to the design manual as an appendix. And then Article 9 of the UDO talks about definitions. And there's going to be quite a few definitions that will change because of the updates that we did to the ordinance. So I'm not going to go through all these, but this is just a quick timeline of what everything we have done up to date. We can see the public meetings that we've had, the review of the public comments, the incorporation of the public comments. We got the final documents. I apologize. I guess it was in March of 2020, probably right after COVID hit. We reviewed everything. In mid-August, late to mid-August, we did a planning commission workshop where I basically presented this exact same presentation, kind of giving them a heads up of what was going to come. The next day, we met with the May River Watershed Action Plan to get a formal recommendation to go to Planning Commission because they need to review this in order to incorporate it in the UDO. And so you see that highlighted portion below. Today, this is the Town Council workshop. The next step is in 2 weeks to go to Planning Commission for a public hearing and a formal recommendation to Town Council to adopt these changes to the UDO. If that goes through successfully, we'll be back in front of you all in November, and I'll go through all of those changes. You'll see them kind of like Heather does when she makes amendments to the UDO. You'll see the stricken portions and then the added portions, and then second reading in December. And then hopefully we have this thing adopted and implemented by the first of the year, which would be a great accomplishment, I believe. And just to let you know, all the other municipalities involved with this, they have agreed verbally that they will be going through the same methods and adopting it. I believe at the last Lowcountry meeting that we had, everybody kind of formally or informally agreed that they would go through this process. I know that was really quick. Do you all have any questions? Can I give you any updates or any further information on the manual?
A great presentation. Any questions? And I don't see all of council on my screen, but any questions of council on this?
I've got one. It's not really a question. I'd just like to commend Brian and Kim and the entire everyone that was involved. This has been something that's not been easy. They put in a lot of hard work to make this happen, and it's undoubtedly what we should be doing. So I just want to say thanks to Brian and Kim and everyone involved for all their hard work and their vision.
Ditto.
Thank you.
Brian, how about the county? Where are they and what's their process for this? Are they waiting on us or are they doing it in tandem?
No, I think they're doing it in tandem. They're not waiting for us in any means. They have to go through their stormwater utility board, and I'm not exactly sure where they're at this time. I can give you an update on that when we come back in next month. I'll get an update from Neil and find out where they're at.
And one other question, I've lost the schedule and I blinked, I think, before you sent it. There it is. Okay. That was May River Watershed Action Plan. I just want to make sure they were in the loop. So.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. We took it to them right after the Planning Commission workshop.
Great. Any other questions of Brian? Any suggestions? I think you're on a great path. Anyone else?
Thank you.
This is a workshop. We'll see it before the end of the year with everyone's recommendations, and that's awesome. And I think it is a huge accomplishment. So good job, Brian. Next, we have Chris Forster, and it's a workshop item again. It's discussion and review of Town of Bluffton municipal bonds and potential future municipal bonding options. Chris, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight, as you all know, as part of the budget process, there are several stormwater projects that were approved in the CIP. Many of them were contingent upon a potential GO bond issuance backed by stormwater fees. So that brought us to the idea of having a broader conversation about the status of the town's bonds and some additional options for the future as we look to achieve some of our town strategic initiatives that you all adopted. So with us tonight, we have our bond team. I'd like to introduce Brian Urich, who is the Managing Director at Compass Municipal Advisors. And we have Franny Heiser, who is a partner at Burr, Foreman & McNair, who is our bond counsel. Both of them have been on our bond team for the GO bond in 2010, the TIF refinancing in 2014, and the most recent refinancing that we did of the GO bond in January of 2020. I'm going to introduce Franny. She has been a bond counsel in the state of South Carolina for many, many years. Has a wealth of knowledge and has been a great partner for us as we've went about our journey in the community market. So she's going to give a brief overview of our status, our bonds, and potential future options moving forward. So I'm going to hand it over to Franny at this point.
Good evening, Franny.
You're still on mute, Franny.
Unmute, Franny.
Okay, now you can hear me. Great. Well, thank y'all for letting us join tonight. As Chris said, Brian is with us, and Brian would be in a position to talk numbers and to give you some specific details about the potential for bonds. But you currently have approximately $3.7 million in outstanding general obligation debt. Those payments are in the range of $375 to about $380 per year. These revenues or this debt is paid from debt service millage that's levied every year, and that millage is approximately 1.7. So that's your outstanding general obligation debt. You also have your tax increment financing debt that is outstanding in the amount of $5.1 million. These payments are made from the property taxes collected within the TIF district. Approximately 50% of the TIF revenue is used for this purpose, for debt service, and about 50% is used for your general fund. The original GO bonds that we're talking about were issued about 10 years ago in 2010. The TIF bonds were originally issued in 2005 and were just refinanced just a few years ago. So looking forward into meeting your capital project needs, one of the things that we have been working on is how you could use your general obligation debt capacity to fund the projects that you've identified in your stormwater. And if we wanted to talk about that for a minute, the financing plan for that would be that the GO debt is issued, and GO debt is secured by a pledge of the full faith, credit, and taxing power of the town. So it is the most secure. It is the debt vehicle that will give the town the lowest cost of capital or the lowest interest rate. However, even though geodebt is backed by your taxing ability or taxing authority, you do not have to levy millage in order to pay the geodebt. So the proposal is that the geodebt is issued, but is paid from revenue from your stormwater system. And I believe that there was recently an increase in your stormwater utility fee and also a recent increase in the plan review fee. So you've got revenue now available that we could match with the debt service on the geo bonds. So that's the topic I think that is the most current. That's the one that we would like y'all to talk about tonight and potentially give first reading to an ordinance authorizing that debt to go forward. Now, we have also had discussions about your TIF bond and your TIF district. Actually, your TIF district is set to expire. However, it would, in about 6 years, I guess, in about 2026. Because this TIF is one that only involves the town and the town's revenue, it would be relatively easy to extend the duration of that TIF district so that you could extend the ability to capture that TIF revenue and continue to use a portion of it for payment of TIF bonds and still have a portion of it go into your general fund. So that would be sort of the status quo, although over time, the TIF revenue will continue to increase as assessed value increases. So you actually could have slightly more available in the future to make payments on TIF bonds, which also would allow you to have more for your general fund. We are talking about the potential to refinance the current TIF bonds. We think that the interest rates are lower today than we were when we did the last refunding. It wouldn't be a huge savings, but it would be potentially savings of $150,000. So that would allow a combination of refinancing and the potential to add new money. So it would be not at this meeting, but in a future meeting, we would come back and talk more about the TIF. But there is the potential to add $10 million in new TIF debt together with the refunding so that you could have level TIF debt service payments going forward. And so those are some of the things that we have been talking about. Chris, is there anything else specifically that we should address tonight?
Yeah, so I have some information I'll go through, and then we can have some questions from council. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so Franny went over this information already, but again, here the key information is that our geo bonds will mature in March of 2035. The current TIC true interest cost is 1.56, outstanding debt of 3.7, and the current principal and interest, as Franny says, 376. The TIF, the current interest rate there is 2.58. It ends in fiscal year 2026, as she said. I think our last bond payment is actually in December of 2025. The outstanding principal is around 5.2 million, and principal and interest of 931. Again, as a refresher, as Franny mentioned, we did approve a new plan review and inspection fee, which is budgeted to bring in about $365,000 in revenue annually. And then the stormwater utility fee was increased to from $98 per impervious unit to $115, and the additional projected revenue is $256,000. These are the potential projects. On the left-hand column is what is budgeted as part of the FY21 budget. On the right-hand column is future planned projects that are not yet budgeted and have not been completely arranged with participating jurisdictions yet, but are planned and in discussions. And several of these projects are dependent upon a geo bond issuance. Some of these had some of the SWU dollars budgeted as a transfer to cover those costs. But many of these from phase 2 on are dependent upon GO bond issuance. This is an overview of a potential GO issuance this year. We have a not to exceed of $5,250,000 to count for issuance costs. Planned maturity of 20 years. The projected true interest cost is 1.66. Again, that is dependent upon the market the day that we go to sale. The estimated principal and interest annually would be $300,000. So under the new revenue that we are generating. Again, this will be backed by the SWU fund. So it'll be a transfer from the SWU fund of revenue there to pay for those principal and interest payments. This is the summary sources and uses, par amount of $5,080,000, which includes the issuance costs, and a reoffering premium of $595,874. And then the uses of fund down here, you have the underwriter discounts, the cost of issuance, the deposit of the bid premium, and then the deposit of the project fund of $5 million. This just goes over our debt limit. Currently, as of FY20, we are at 73% of our debt limit. In FY21, if you add in a $5 million issuance, we do about 56% of our debt limit. So we'll be under any requirement for any referendum or anything like that. So I'm going to pause at this point for questions regarding the GO stormwater bond, since that is an item that's actually on the formal agenda this evening. I'll give you the opportunity to discuss that first.
And that is on first reading under item 10 or X, item number 4 under formal agenda. Any questions? And will we have both Franny and Brian here that long, or are they leaving after the workshop?
I believe they are going to stick around.
Okay. I'll open it up for questions. Yep. Fred?
Chris, question is for you first. Your recommendation is that we accept, I guess, this renew our bond or get a new bond. And is that your recommendation? And if it is so, can you tell me why?
So again, the recommendation is to approve first reading of the GO bond backed by stormwater fees. That is the only thing on the agenda tonight. The TIF we will discuss, but is not on the agenda for formal action tonight. So the stormwater bonds is recommended approval because as part of the budget process, we discussed this to back the stormwater projects that were put into the CIP. As I mentioned, several of those are dependent upon those bond dollars in order to complete, given the current schedule. As you all know, it is part of our strategic initiatives to protect the May River and surrounding river watersheds. And this will allow us to accelerate that and achieve that goal sooner. If we don't approve a bond offering, we'll be relying upon annual transfers of SWU revenue, which would slow down the process to over 5+ years to complete the current goals of the stormwater team and Brian McElwee.
Okay, part 2 to the question. Let's say we take your recommendation. We have increased our tax and stormwater fees for our citizens. Do we still need that increase if we take this route?
Yes, I believe so, because you want to not only cover the new bond payments that will be required, but you also want to maintain some level of fund balance to cover any ongoing maintenance or unexpected capital projects out into the future. So you want to maintain a certain level of coverage. While there's no legal coverage limit, and Brian may be able to address this better, but there is some recommended best practices as far as coverage goes.
Thank you.
Great question, Fred. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'll check. You have anyone else, Lisa?
You, Larry, you're up, and then Dan.
Okay. I'm really excited about this. This is something that we all said when we first ran for council that mattered the most to us. This is a way to do the projects in the next year or so, or two, whatever it takes for design and engineering. It's something, in my opinion, that's worthy. I would never, ever want to sign off on creating any debt for the future generations, but I think we would be doing them what they elected us to do by going ahead and doing this. If we wait and kick the ball down the road another 3 or 4 or 5 years, whatever it could take to have the money, the cost of it's going to be more. There's going to be more possible damage to the water quality. I got some really cool information today thanks to Bill Herbkersman's office. Just in the last 5 years, there's been over 140 septic tanks permits given out just in our area, over 300 in the county altogether. And, 4 years from now, I guess we could say that, the way we're growing and the way people are wanting to move here, there'll probably be another 200. So I feel like it's the right thing to do to try to go ahead and get these projects that we all voted on and agreed that are important done, instead of waiting until we got the money in our pocket. Sometimes you have to borrow money to get things done. And I just think it's a very worthy cause, and there's no risk or any hardship on anyone with the increase that we approved for the stormwater utility fees, which was voted on unanimously by the action committee, watershed action committee. So anyway, that's where I am on this, and I think we should endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Dan, you had your hand up next.
Yes. One of the things I'm trying to understand, and first of all, I clearly get the fact that there would be no millage increases based on this because of the fees that we've already got passed during the last budget process. And I believe those fees are supposed to generate around $365 a year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the plan fee.
Yeah. And then you had the other fee in there, which was additional money. But that being said, the list of projects that you showed on the screen a moment ago, most of it was in the historic district because we've been doing sewer outside of the historic district. So there were a lot of projects there. And if you do this bond now, and it's a question, you bring the money in under the auspices of our town finance department, but you can't build all those jobs at one time. Is that correct?
Not simultaneously. They're all in different phases, and Brian can probably speak more to that. But I think you accelerated to a 2 to 3 year completion versus well over 5 to 8 maybe.
Okay, and that's where I'm trying to go with some of this, because in 3 years you would have accumulated over $1 million, right?
In new revenue, you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I mean, I'd like to take a harder look at the fact of the timeline. I'd like to see the projections before second reading of when those jobs are anticipated to be done and completed. And again, right now, if you did nothing, you're going to have an additional $1 million in revenue fees before you even go take the loan out. The other question I had on the jobs that were not notified to be built that you had on that list a moment ago, like one of them was the Stony Crest area, which we've all discussed on numerous occasions. And our cost sharing for that was projected to be about $1.83 million. And that's an unfunded mandate right now because we haven't come to terms with Beaufort County and Beaufort Water and Jasper. But I thought I saw, and Brian can speak to this, I thought I saw in the consent agenda that you were about to go back to the county and see their commitment level. Is that true, Brian?
Mark might want to help me chime in on this one. I know we're going to we had a meeting with them the other day, and I believe we were going to try to get an MOA written with them. But the last I heard from them is they were going to commit funds if the sanitary projects were along with a stormwater project. So they would have to go hand in hand together for them to use their stormwater utility fees on a sanitary sewer project.
So what are you saying to me in essence about Stony Crest?
That I think that's still up in the air, and unless they can find a stormwater component with it. I don't think they will use their money, their stormwater fee anyway, to pay for sanitary sewer.
So we're saying hypothetically, it probably may never get built.
Brian, yeah, I'm just trying to be polite and not jump in and cut.
Yeah,
in.
sorry.
I think those questions, and I can't answer those tonight. I don't know where Ashley is on that decision of utilization of stormwater utility fee dollars. I don't know where Joe Mantua is. I know, and I'll back up a little bit. When we set the budget this fiscal year, the big ask for council was to take a look at our current revenue stream as it affected the stormwater utility account, simply to raise the dollars that were needed to support the extra $5 million of this anticipated bond. Since then, I've worked very closely as much as I can with the county and Beaufort Jasper to simply ask the question. We, as a staff, understood at a recent meeting between Beaufort Jasper and Beaufort County Council members, a couple joint meetings, that we were trying to determine or figure out a joint venture of funds that would install public sewer at Stony Crest as well as Long Old Palmetto Bluff Road. This bond covers our portion of that project. I have since spoke with Ms. Jacobs and Joe Mantua. I don't believe there are funds available in those budgets this fiscal year, but I know that there's a strong desire by at least those staff members, the administrator of Beaufort County and the general manager of Beaufort Jasper, to find those dollars in next year's budgets. I think the one of the issues was the county has indicated, and Brian has alluded to that they have indicated that they don't use stormwater utility dollars for public sewer as the town of Bluffton does. Their ordinance is written differently than ours. I can't speak for them, but the last we spoke was a regular meeting. And the intention that I left with, and understanding that I had, is they were going to entertain amending their ordinance to be able to utilize the stormwater utility fees for public sewer like we do. And so we've exchanged, information and ordinances, and their attorney looked at things, and Terry Finger helped us a tremendous amount with how we've established our ordinance. So that's still a TBD this fiscal, but it's my understanding and impression that Beaufort County Council and Beaufort Jasper Board, as they're discussing this with you all as elected leaders, have said that this is a priority project. We are coming to the table with our dollars available pending this bond. And keep in mind, the reason that I presented a bond, or the reason I presented increases to stormwater utility fees this budget year of all years, what a hard year to present that, was because you all indicated that speeding these projects up were at least your priority through the strategic plan process. And so hence we're back here tonight for first reading.
So Mark, you just said that out of the bond money, that portion, the 1.83, did I understand correctly, would be anticipated to be used for some of the Stony Crest or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because that was the main gist of my question for that, was where was the funding going to come from when I saw it set off to the side? And just for the public's knowledge, this is an area that we've had numerous instances of pollution problems in that area that's impacted the headwaters of the May River. So that's why it's so important. And that's another project that we've all talked about continuously for quite a long time. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Any other comments on the workshop item that was presented? It will be showing up, part of this on the GO will be on item 4, informal items. Anything right now? Okay.
And I would like to continue the discussion as a segue into the TIF options for the future, as Franny had mentioned in her overview.
Are you doing that now or are you doing that later on?
That's as part of the workshop.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then you continue, Chris.
Okay. Okay, so as Franny mentioned, we have a very high-performing TIF. This just kind of gives you an overview of what's happened in recent years of county data going back to tax year 11. So that's what these graphs represent. The gray line here is your base value. So at the establishment of the TIF, that's what the assessed value was. That is the amount that is taxed upon that goes to your general fund. And the incremental assessed value, the taxes from that will go towards the TIF. So we started off at an incremental value of 53.9 million, and currently we're sitting at about 128.6 million of assessed value. So you can see what happened with revenue over the years. So in FY12, that was about 2 million, and currently we're about $5 million in TIF revenue. Now 50% of that goes to the general fund, and the other 50% goes to the debt service fund to be used on projects. The original bond issuance of the TIF was 10 million and then 4 million, so 14 million in total, and that primarily was used for the Bluffton Parkway as well as Buckwalter and then some other projects. What you see here on this page is the additional projects that were funded with some TIF revenue. So that additional revenue that was transferred over into CIP above and beyond what we paid for debt service. So it's covered some additional projects along the way. It's about 6.6 million total across all these projects. So looking at future options, as Franny mentioned, the refunding, there's a potential true interest cost, again, that's dependent upon the market of 1%. The net present value savings is above 3%, as she mentioned, $146,000. Again, there is a option for extending the TIF and issue up to $10 million. Again, that could help meet some additional strategic initiative goals and secures a revenue source for ongoing capital needs. The other option is to let it expire. It would expire in fiscal year 26, and that would be an additional $2.5 million that would go to the general fund annually, unrestricted, not dedicated for any capital purpose or otherwise. My screen is frozen. There we go. Just as an example, if we refunded and issued new money, this would be a sample pro forma here. This Series A would be the refunding portion. Annual P&I would go down to $910,000. The Series B would be the new dollars up to $10 million. This column here is what we would get in taxes. This would be the available balance after principal and interest. Then you have the 50% that remains in the general fund. And this would be the remaining amount that could still transfer to CIP after all of that. This assumes that we held steady at $4.9 million in taxes. I did not assume any growth in this, so it's extremely conservative, as we've seen the TIF has grown significantly over the years. So this amount that could still be available for CIP would increase significantly out into the future. And the amortization structure here would be kind of a wraparound debt service structure to push out some of the principal payments on the new issue out to future years after we pay off the existing bond. So it levels out the total P&I payments annually. Potential projects that are on the horizon that don't have funding yet. There's the new Riverside Barn and Park, which is very well talked about and known. The New River Trail, a more expansive land acquisition program that could help us, not only help us secure areas for affordable housing, but also help us control how growth occurs within town. And of course, your ongoing infrastructure needs, sewer, sidewalks, lighting, and streetscaping. One of the reasons we are coming to you tonight for approval of a potential GO bond backed by stormwater funds is one of the financing options is to take advantage of bank qualified debt. And this is for jurisdictions that typically issue less than $10 million in debt in a calendar year. It opens us up to more investors and lower cost of borrowing. Again, we could be taking advantage of favorable interest rates. But because of the $10 million in a calendar year requirement, we would have to issue the GO bonds this calendar year if there was ever interest in extending the TIF and refinancing and issuing new money in the following calendar year. So any questions regarding the TIF options that were proposed? And really tonight, we're just kind of looking for your comments, questions, and kind of get a feel for if there's any potential interest in exploring those options further going forward.
Any thoughts on that second part of his presentation? And this is not something we're seeing tonight, but you want to make sure you're headed down the right path, I guess is what you're asking.
Right.
Are y'all against anything he's looking at? Any
A
thoughts?
comment. I'm not sure if I can be heard because I'm hearing feedback on my end. Can everyone hear me?
Hear you fine.
Okay. Great presentation, Chris. A lot of what was presented there, I'm definitely in favor of, just in listening to concerns from citizens. I think it would definitely be advisable for us to pursue the amount there of the TIF funds, because we know that there's a need to continue those stormwater projects in a timely manner and not have them drag out like the sewer projects with the BIS plan did, as we're waiting on funding for that. But also in looking at the land acquisition, we know that in that area where it's been allotted for green space, it'd be nice to be able to see us create a plan to be able to acquire land for those purposes.
Good. I agree. So Bridget, sounds like move forward. Anyone else have any thoughts? Are you happy with where he's going? And I expect we'll hear back in the next couple of months on that portion, Chris. Everybody else
Right.
okay at the moment? Great. I see thumbs up. Super. Great job. So now we move to formal items. We have several. We have 10. The first one is the consideration of an emergency ordinance of the town of Bluffton, continuing the suspension of the normal operating procedures of the town of Bluffton, town council meetings, and other town of Bluffton public meetings, and modifying the authority of the town manager to develop and enact such plans and policies needed to ensure continuity in the delivery of government services in light of COVID-19. This is Scott Marshall. This is one vote tonight, and you are going to make a presentation. So Scott, you're up. And you are on mute, just in case you don't know that.
Okay, how about now? No? Okay.
Sorry, I unmuted me. We can hear you fine.
Okay, all right, great. Everyone can hear me, yes?
Mhm.
Okay, great. So let me get my presentation back up.
Yeah, there we go.
Everyone see that okay? All right, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to be clear up front about what this emergency ordinance does not address. It does not address our masking requirement. That was mandated by adoption of a previous emergency ordinance, which specifically addressed face coverings. However, immediately following consideration of this ordinance, we will talk about the masking ordinance. So the natural question probably at this point is, what's the purpose of this emergency ordinance? Well, this emergency ordinance renews portions of the first emergency ordinance that you passed in March when we first became aware of the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects on us. It's been renewed 3 times since, and the latest renewal was on September 8th. Barring no further action, this ordinance would not expire until November 17th. For a little background on this emergency ordinance, it encompasses two areas. The first of which is standards for electronic meetings, and the second of which is authorization of town manager. So far, as a result of the renewals of the emergency ordinance, the standards for electronic meetings section has allowed public meetings to conduct town business to be held electronically since March. The authorization of town manager section resulted in operational decisions, and those decisions included reducing physical staffing of town facilities and to close facilities to the public, to implement a telecommuting policy, which has since been adopted by town council as policy and incorporated into the employee handbook, and also close certain other town amenities whose access is otherwise governed by our Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances. Staff put a few slides together here that highlight some of the decisions that have been made, but to give those decisions some analytical context for you, the decision points have been overlaid onto this basic chart that you see here, and you'll see that in the next few slides. This is the closest standard of measurement we've been able to find, which could be correlated to any kind of stratified threat level or the equivalent thereof. This is a DHEC measurement. It's a 2-week incidence rate of the COVID-19 cases reported per 100,000 population. And it's presented in 2-week increments, with the first 2-week period being March 11th, and the most recent 2-week period on this chart being October 7th. Low incidence on this chart means that an incident rate of no more than 100 cases per 100,000 population. Moderate incidence means an incidence rate of greater than 100, but no greater than 200 cases per 100,000 population. Moderately high incidence means an incidence rate of greater than 200, but no greater than 300 cases. And a high incident rate means you have greater than 300 cases per 100,000 population. And again, these numbers are just for Beaufort County. So on the 16th of March, when state and local states of emergency were first declared, the 2-week incidence rate was a little less than 0.5, which placed the incident rate in the low incidence category. On April 1st, when all parks, docks, and public water access points were closed by a governor's executive order, the 2-week incidence rate was around 75, which again placed it in the low incidence category. Then we move ahead to June 1st. You can see there was a gradual downturn through here. And then on June 1st, we saw a slight escalation. And we also saw an expiration of the governor's previous executive orders that kept the parks and waterway accesses closed. The incident rate at this time was approximately 50 per 100,000. Also on June 1st, the Town of Bluffton face covering requirement, our emergency ordinance, which we refer to as our masking ordinance sometimes, went into effect after the adoption of that particular ordinance. Also at this time, exercising authority under the authorization of town managers section of the emergency ordinance, the town manager made a decision to leave public playgrounds closed. And at the time that was consistent with CDC recommendations. Throughout June and into the first part of August, you can see the 2-week incident rate increased dramatically, going from low incident to high incident in the span of 4 weeks and remaining at a high incidence level until the latter part of August. You can see a little bit of leveling off of the incidence rate still in the moderately high category until the 3rd week of August, right through here. And then it dropped to the moderate category. On October 3rd, with the 2-week incident rate still declining, the town manager made the decision to open public playgrounds in Bluffton with cleaning protocols and proper signage in place. The emergency ordinance for your consideration this evening will continue the standards for electronic meetings as it currently reads and as it has read since we first adopted the emergency ordinance in March. The basic descriptive paragraph of authority of town manager also remains unchanged, and you can see it there. To the fullest extent permitted by law, the town manager is hereby authorized to develop and enact all such plans and policies intended to ensure the continuity and the delivery of government services in light of the COVID-19 outbreak, and to take necessary action to protect the health, safety, and welfare of town residents, visitors, and employees and staff. These policies, plans, and actions may include, but are not limited to, the following. And here we can see the subparagraphs that support the authority for town manager. They've been amended to more efficiently address the realities of the COVID-19 environment that we continue to live in 7 months after enacting our first emergency ordinance in response to it. The amendment to subparagraph A, as you can see here, recognizes that so long as emergency restrictions on gatherings as specified in the South Carolina Governor's executive orders are followed, the town manager should be able to approve certain special events requests. And just as a reminder, a gathering under the South Carolina Governor's executive order is defined as a planned or spontaneous indoor or outdoor event that involves or is reasonably expected to involve a large number of people physically present, congregating together, or otherwise simultaneously in attendance at a single outdoor or indoor location. And you can see the rules there for the governor's executive order listed on the slide. The gathering shall not exceed 50% of the location's occupancy limit or 250 persons, whichever is less. All in attendance are required to wear a face covering, whether it's an indoor gathering or an outdoor gathering. The sale and consumption of alcohol is limited to the hours of 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. And hosts, sponsors of the events are obligated to take reasonable steps to incorporate and adhere to sanitation, hygiene, and any social distancing requirements. So what does this mean for us? This means that, for example, holding a Christmas parade in our usual manner would likely be in violation of the emergency restrictions on gatherings. However, there are some events and requests for facilities that could be approved with conditions so that we don't violate the emergency restrictions. For example, the Rotary Community Center could be approved for events as long as capacity restrictions aren't violated and other rules under the governor's executive orders are followed. Another example would be requests for 5K races would be able to be approved as long as event organizers put protocols in place to be sure that they remain in compliance with the emergency restrictions on gatherings. Subparagraph B under authority of town manager would be deleted. The practical need for limiting or eliminating non-essential services is unnecessary because we've continued to provide uninterrupted services throughout the pandemic period. Suspending or limiting non-emergency activities and large gatherings on town property is otherwise covered under the governor's executive orders. Subparagraph C is relabeled as subparagraph B, and subparagraph D would be deleted. Why? Because this language is geared more toward an emergent response to an imminent threat to life and property, similar to a hurricane. So far, we've been able to continue public services without the need to repurpose departments and functions, which makes this subparagraph mostly unnecessary. Subparagraph E is relabeled as subparagraph C, with language added to reflect that an employee telecommuting policy has been adopted and institutionalized. Subparagraph F is relabeled as subparagraph D, and it's amended to reflect that under this emergency ordinance, the town manager's authority to close access to town properties is limited to town hall and other offices or buildings normally open to the public for business. And the authority for access to public recreational amenities reverts back to the town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances and the rules for use that town council has previously adopted and codified. Subparagraph G would be deleted. This was initially incorporated into the emergency ordinance because of the anticipated inaccessibility to certain records available only in physical form. We're able to get to these records as needed to fulfill FOIA requests and since in all of our facilities. And so because we can access these physical records, we don't need paragraph G anymore. As a reminder this evening, in order to pass this emergency ordinance, you must have at least 4 yes votes. The emergency ordinance would become effective immediately with an expiration date of December 13th, unless council otherwise modifies, amends, extends, or rescinds this ordinance by a subsequent emergency ordinance. Proposed next steps, should this ordinance pass, applications for events will be accepted with a start date that will be determined by the town manager after he has confidence that the application procedures have been adjusted for accountability to gathering restrictions that are imposed by governor's executive orders. An electronic meeting ordinance will be brought forward for council's consideration to add to the town code. What this will do is it will normalize the ability to hold public meetings electronically, and it will eliminate the need to authorize public meetings through emergency ordinances to have them electronically from henceforward. We anticipate that first reading in November and second reading in December will happen prior to the expiry of this particular emergency ordinance. So there will be some continuity in electronic meetings. And that takes us to the motion language.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Questions or comments on, that's awesome work you've done to get us moving down this road a little bit more. Any questions for Scott?
I have one.
Bridget
Oh,
raised first and then you, Larry.
I have some comments.
You're a little, sounds a little different.
Is it still sounding different?
That's better. That's better.
First, I don't have any questions, but I do have comments. I like when we initially started things on.
Bridget, I can't, you're going in and out. I'm sorry.
You're muffled, Bridget, somehow.
Yeah, it's muffled.
Hate technology sometimes.
I know.
Is it still muffled?
Can you hear
A
Scott?
little better now. I can hear you now.
Okay. I was just going to say my comments were, I liked where we were early on, where we had, it seems, levels of protocol. I think where we are now is not, we're still taking precautions and it should still be treated seriously. I would like to see us move in like a low alert type level. So where the town manager doesn't necessarily have to operate under the emergency ordinance and how we've been doing things in terms of, you know, a 5K run couldn't take place, or if someone wanted to rent the Rotary Center for an event, they couldn't do things like that. I think we should be able to allow residents to resume things like that with certain protocols and procedures in place. And I know even with like the Christmas parade, we're not going to be able to do it to the scale we want. And that would be too many people, you know, gathering. I would like to see us come up though with creative ways to offer something in replace or in lieu of that, where people would still be able to enjoy something similar around that time period, knowing that that is a trademark event in the area.
All right.
Good comments. And let's see, Larry raised his hand. Yes.
Yeah, I was just, Scott, on the governor's order where it said half capacity or 250 people, whichever is less.
That's correct.
So why do we have football games with 1,000 people in the state? And the governor's the state. He's a governor all over the state.
There are provisions to apply for special permits.
Gotcha.
And in those cases, those institutions have applied for those permits through the governor's office and they have been granted on an individual basis.
So basically what you're saying, if I want to have a wedding with 249 people, I'm good as long as I don't go over 250.
Right. And
without a permit.
Keep in mind that 250 number is inclusive of everyone at the event, to include any staff, any hosts, any delivery people, etc. It's all inclusive of all those people. All souls are included.
Okay.
I thought, you know, Scott, you're talking about the college. I thought schools were exempt. I thought that's what I read with the governor's ordinance. That's why, you know, schools can come back face to face and schools can have events like that. But
I'm going to feign a little bit of ignorance on that particular aspect. I was focused on how it applies specifically to municipalities.
yeah.
And I know there are provisions to be able to apply for exceptions. And my presumption, perhaps incorrect,
No,
was that's how that was happening.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, sir, Fred.
It's for Mark and Scott. I keep asking that we use Bluffton data when we make comparisons or we try to make these type of decisions. Tonight we use Beaufort County. Bluffton has always been the highest virus infected area in our county. So why aren't we making our comparison to our community so we can make good judgment and everyone can be on the same accord? When we make those comparison that we saw tonight, even though it shows a decline, it's still higher than we were in March and April. So, and we're giving the message that, oh, we're doing so much better. And I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
That's an excellent point, Councilman Hamilton, or Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton, and a great question as well. The answer, and the best one I have for it, is the 2-week incidence rate can only be broken down to the county level. In other words, that's as far down as DHEC breaks down that particular unit of measurement. And that is the only scale that we have been able to find so far that is stratified into a presumptive threat level, if you will. Other than that, we just have raw cases per zip code. The problem with that is we don't know how long it takes an individual. Say you've got 15 people reported positive on any given day. You don't know how long it's going to take those people, or how long they may have been sick, and how long it will take them to be rid of the virus. So the 2-week incidence rate from DHEC is the closest we have to a standard unit of measurement that we can use. And DHEC only breaks that down to the county level, unfortunately. But your point is well taken. And that's something that we should definitely keep in mind, I believe, is that we need to remember that the 29910 zip code for most of this pandemic, not all of it, but for most of this pandemic has led the county in terms of positive COVID cases. So you make a very valid point, I think, Councilman Hamilton.
I think you need to, maybe if you can do them in comparison, because I think you'll see kind of a trend, but I think you'll see Bluffton's much higher and it's coming down lower at a lesser rate, perhaps. I mean, it's good to see the whole because so many people shop in or in our town, but the 29910 has always led for, I would love to know why, but any other questions?
Mayor, one comment from me, Mayor, to Councilman Hamilton's point. I think the graph, and to Scott's point, the Bluffton data by zip code is much more raw than the DHEC data we gave per 100,000 today. But I think it's important to point out that Scott aligned our local decisions where we are in the county, realizing that we are at a zip code at a higher rate on that raw data, as at least we're at a higher rate or a higher reporting than other places. But it's important to take a look at that graph over time to see that you all have made decisions. I've made decisions at certain points in time where those COVID numbers were at a lower number than they currently are. It's in a good direction. It's going in a good direction, which is why some of, at least from my perspective, why some of my safeguards here with town facilities and town staff are still in place pretty specifically. We're hearing from a lot of people though, so we thought we'd give you that real data that we don't have to truly extrapolate over time and compare your decisions on a timeline with that. So I hear you, Councilman Hamilton. We'll keep looking for that information, but we're limited by what true information we have at our fingertips from DHEC. That's been the hardest point all along since March, trying to figure out exactly how this is affecting us in Bluffton.
Thank you, Mark. Scott, I have a question on some of the paragraphs that you scratched through that said no longer would fall under the ordinance. And one was your ability to get the documents for FOIA, which I'm glad y'all can do. But how does that affect if we turn around and we have a hurricane and you can't get there for that? Do we come back and discuss this again? Or is this for just this period of 60 days?
That's a great question. One of the, and Terry, please feel free to correct me if I'm off course, but in cases of an acute imminent threat like that, or if we're experiencing an emergency, a corresponding proclamation of emergency activates certain sections of our code of ordinances. For I think it's section 2-116 deals with emergency powers of the town manager. And in that case, he can make those decisions unilaterally as long as we have an emergency condition that exists that you and or council have declared. And we can still go back to that if we need to, if we get to that point. But our facilities have been accessible, though we have on the side of safety, for the most part, kept staff out, and they have been productive working in other locations, working from home. We have the telecommute work policy in place. So we did not feel like there was really a need to have that particular paragraph in our ordinances, because we always want to demonstrate that we are as transparent as possible. And so if there's anything in our emergency ordinance that we don't need that makes it look like it has the appearance of slowing down a FOIA process or impeding sunshine laws, then it's in our best interest to remove that. And so that's why that amendment is in there.
Yeah, I just to say also that, I've often wondered why the 29910 zip code was so prevalent. And again, you can't figure it out from a scientific perspective, but I want to say that we all realize it encompasses all of Greater Bluffton, a lot of unincorporated areas into our zip code. And the only thing that I can ever get my head wrapped around is I wonder, because a lot of the workforce goes south to Hilton Head, for example. So, we're the workforce area for this region pretty much.
Great. Terry, did you just maybe answer that on this? I mean, are we passing an ordinance that's going to hurt us if we all have to evacuate and get?
Mayor Sulka, you know that we've been spending a lot of time on this issue. If Scott can start quoting code sections off the top of his head. The code section he quoted was right exactly on the money.
Way to go.
And it does cover an imminent threat like a hurricane. We'd have adequate coverage for something like this. So Mark, Scott, Richardson, and I met on this ordinance about 10 days ago, put a lot of time in it. And I think that your concerns are covered in the event of a hurricane and FOIA. No problem with the amendments that we've made.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions of Scott on this? Again, it looks like we are starting to move forward on a few things. We are looking at all events under the governor mandate, right? That's the governor's mandate of the 50% or 250 and wearing masks and social distancing.
Yes,
Even
ma'am.
though our individual mask ordinance is not part of this. That's
No,
coming.
it is not.
Okay. Any other thoughts from anyone? If not, there is a motion on the table. I'll read it if y'all like. Is there a motion to approve emergency ordinance of the town of Bluffton continuing the suspension of normal operating procedures of the town of Bluffton town council meetings and other town of Bluffton public meetings, and modifying the authority of the town manager to develop and enact such plans and policies needed to ensure continuity in the delivery of government services in the light of COVID-19 outbreak and severability? Is there a motion? Is anyone making that motion?
Mayor, I have a question. So
We gotta make a motion and second and discuss. After we do a motion and second, then we can discuss, unless somebody has another motion to make. Do y'all want to go back to discuss? That's why I asked, were there any questions?
I'll make the motion there.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Okay, now, any discussion? Bridget, did you have a question or discussion point?
I just want to be clear. So in approving the ordinance as it was read, does that mean that that the facilities and things like that would be open for resident use with the stipulation of meeting the 50% max? Or would it continue as normal, meaning that we would still be operating with town facilities closed and events closed?
I'll attempt to answer that. My understanding and the proposal in front of you tonight with the ordinance is it's really trying to extend two things. And those same two things have been in place since March. And those two things are, so if you pass this ordinance tonight, we would continue the ability under an emergency order to have electronic meetings like we are tonight. Without an electronic ordinance in place as an emergency ordinance, we'd be back meeting in person next month. Scott's proposal to you all was, rather than continue to do this every 60 days, let's put a full-time permanent electronic ordinance in place that's triggered upon an emergency. So we can continue it during a pandemic, whether under the governor's order or the mayor's order as she has the authority, as you all weigh in. Secondly, if a hurricane did find its way here and we evacuated or were impacted, you would have an electronic ordinance in place long-term where you could meet. So that's one of the goals of the ordinance tonight. So for the next 60 days, let's put an electronic meeting ordinance in place through the emergency ordinance reset like you've been doing since March. But also let's put a first and second reading to it over November and December and quit adopting it under the guise of an emergency ordinance. Let's adopt it under the guise of a permanent long-term electronic meeting ordinance option during an emergency. And that's number one. Number two, it's really refining my authority as a town manager. I've simply said I don't need to make any executive type administrative decisions as it relates to FOIA. We can get in our building. If a hurricane approached Mayor Salka and we evacuated or the building was impacted, that would be a whole separate emergency order. It would have to do with a hurricane, not a pandemic, and we would figure out how to get the FOIA information out effectively under whatever emergency order we were in. There were a few other things. One is I'm going to cancel all events. Well, I know we're 7 months into this. Whether someone's using the Rotary Community Center, you know, what I'm not saying is, hey, let's go have a parade. Let's go put 10,000 people on the street. There's a governor's order that I'd like to use as a guide. It doesn't mean that I would approve every single event that came in the door. I still have to use some judgment. So and you can look through that criteria in your staff report. You can look through that criteria in the presentation if Scott wants to pull it back up. But it's simply refining my authority, right? It's, in my opinion, it's adjusting my span of control over time, because since March, my span of control can veto ordinances in place. It can say no to FOIA. It can say no to a whole bunch of things that we really don't need in a place. So we simply have a pandemic not going away. I still will have town hall closed down to the public through a telecommute policy, though. That's a long-term policy and program. We're allowing appropriate staff members to work from home or remotely. I stopped saying that because it's an emergency order every 60 days, staff doesn't have to work from home. So what I've done is through an amazing team, put some things in place over the long haul rather than the short haul. So that's what the ordinance is about tonight. It's to really refine and pull back my authority over time. And it's also to put 60 days longer on the shot clock for an electronic meeting ordinance so that we can adopt first and second reading. It's something that we propose really to simplify my authority, your authority, and a long-term meeting strategy. And it's really getting us back in our swim lanes.
And to add, Bridget, even on your comments, when you said, let's get a low threat kind of movement, you were talking about the Rotary Center and a run, as long as it's less than whatever the governor says. It gives Mark that ability to start approving those things as long as we abide by the state. So I was thinking what you were saying was exactly what I was reading in part 2. I think part 1, it just makes it official, so we don't have to scramble on any other emergency to have these meetings. Now we have it in our book that it's a true ordinance and it kicks in when emergencies hit. I mean, who would have known we'd have this? My goodness.
And if I could add about the events, and I just want to be really clear because I know there's some people watching. We have no choice to cancel the Christmas parade. We had no choice to not allow the arts and seafood up and down the street. I have no desire to go allow events that are pushing the 250 limit and we're out there counting people. But there could be some smaller gatherings. I don't intend to close Calhoun Street. I really can't see myself doing that right now. But if somebody wants to use the Rotary Community Center like Bluffton Rotary for a breakfast and there's 20 people in the building having their Rotary meeting, because they've called me every month, sometimes twice a month to ask, I think that as long as it's not above the 50% capacity, as long as they have those protocols in place that they could use inside the Rotary building. A 5K, I don't think I would necessarily approve any 5K that had, you know, the party tent and a band and a mass gathering after the event. But if there's a 5K and it's in December for Christmas and 150 people want to run in a 5K and spread out and stage the start times over time, I think I could work with my team and intelligently and carefully help plan that. I think that's all we're saying in this emergency ordinance update. Because you asked me at last meeting, if and when I would open the playgrounds, what would I base that on? Well, yeah, I think we showed you some data tonight. There's no real data. I am going to look to the governor's orders to a certain degree to help guide us in some areas, and events as being one of them. Hope that helps.
Yeah, there's a first and a second, and we're in discussion. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay. So there's a first and a second. All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Dan, you said aye, but I think your mute was off. Any opposed? How about that? Is there any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Good, really good job. And I hope this gets us moving into some new world of going back and also letting your staff know what's going on with town hall as well. So
thank you. And Mayor, if I could add to Councilman Hamilton's point, I will do my best and add that Bluffton data to the table. It's going to be skewed all over the place. Scott, I know Scott already tried to add it, but we'll be back to you next month to talk about this again, just with an update.
yeah, it would. I'm very curious on that. I know we get a lot of conversation with Russell Baxley, even with Beaufort Memorial, which I have a note on this next item. Perhaps we can let's do a deep dig and see if we can get something. Okay, next is the different issue. We passed that emergency ordinance, and now we're on to consideration of an emergency ordinance of the town of Bluffton, extending the requirements of individuals wear face coverings in light of COVID-19 pandemic and matters related thereto. Scott, you are up again. This is item X, Roman numeral 10, number 2.
All right, well, you have me again. Can everyone see that? Let me pull up our staff report on it. Okay, we are here now. We are at the part where we will consider the emergency ordinance to renew our face covering requirement. You may think we've just done this, and it wasn't that long ago since we did it. We first did it on June 1st. We renewed it on August 26th, and it will naturally expire on November 1st, unless, of course, you otherwise renew it this evening, you amend it, or you rescind it. The requirements have not changed, and I've got some information for you with regard to requirements of the other municipalities in the county, as well as the county's requirements, as well as the governor's mandates with regard to face covering requirements inside of state of South Carolina executive office buildings. So these portions of the ordinance all remain the same. The definition of a face covering and the requirements for face covering also remain the same. As a reminder, anyone entering any building that's open to the public in the town must wear a face covering inside the building. Employees of these establishments must require their employees to wear a face covering anytime they're in an area where the general public is allowed. There are some exemptions under our emergency ordinance. The exemptions are anyone under the age of 8, anybody who is unable to safely wear a face covering due to age or an underlying health condition, or if you're unable to remove a face covering by yourself without assistance of others, then you're also exempt. You're exempt if you're traveling alone in a personal vehicle, or if you're traveling just in a vehicle, just in the presence of your own household members. But it does not relieve business establishments and restaurants from other social distancing requirements that are imposed by the governor's executive orders. We cannot countermand anything the governor issues. It is a civil infraction punishable by a fine of not more than $50. To my knowledge, we have not fined anyone yet. So this ordinance would be effective if it passes on October 13th, and it would effectively renew our masking ordinance until December 13th, unless by action of council, you decide to amend it, rescind it, or modify it in some other way. Are there any questions? Would you like to see any other information with regard to other municipalities or any other local government entities?
Any questions or more info? I've been asking the Beaufort mayor as well as Hilton Head, so I have some information on what they are doing in light of what the county did, so I can chime in at any time. Well, I'll chime in. They are all looking at, well, Hilton Head is moving to take the ordinance to December 6th. Beaufort was December 31st, but now they're thinking December 11th. Both have council meetings. We have a council meeting December 8th, and so does the city of Beaufort. So what they're asking us, we're getting in line with our towns again. So I just want to throw that at y'all so you'll have that knowledge. Questions of Scott on this?
So I have for you probably, Lisa, did I understand? So Beaufort said that they're changing theirs from December 30th to the 11th?
Well, he just said ours is about to expire November 1st today, and when does ours expire? And I told him, and he said, but proposed for December 31st, we might pull back to December 6th like Hilton Head. He asked me today, where would the 60 days take y'all? I said December 13th. He said, we're passing most likely until December 11th. So I think they're also, they don't know, that their consensus is it's easier to take it away than to stop it and see any spike and then have to reinitiate it. Cause I think it would I just think it's easier to keep it kind of moving on. That was Mayor Beaufort's thoughts, and Stephen Murray, who's on his council.
Right.
Oh.
So I just kind of wanted to make one point here because, you know, when we were listening to our public comments and all, it's true that the Beaufort County expired due to lack of a 2/3 majority vote, but I think it was a 7-4 vote. It's perceived like the majority of the council voted for it to expire, and where actually it didn't. The majority of the council wanted to extend it. So anyway, I just wanted to bring out that point, you know, that whatever we do, I think it's probably a little too early to do away with it completely, in my opinion. but I wouldn't mind doing it in the 30 days from now if we could see a trend in the same direction that we're going in here in the last month or so, which we can do if it's the will of the council.
Right, right. No, I had that question today too, Larry. You had the majority of council that understood the need for it, but because of the type of voting that's required, majority of council, it was one vote. And that's how I read it too. And I heard the people today, and I hear it on the other side. I wish, we really are in the middle. It's split 50-50, but you can see that it's making a difference. The people are learning to wear them, and I think when this is over, there are people that are still going to wear masks, whether they're asked to do it or not. But I think it's making a difference. It's the hand washing, the social distancing, putting on mask where you can. I had an email from Russell Baxley with Beaufort Memorial. No, we are not doctors, but boy, we all listen to the medical profession as best we can. And it seems to be working. And I'm sort of on your line with 30 days, and I'm okay in 30 days for public comment to come back, and, we can decide again. We will be 30 days ahead of our other two towns, but we don't have to. And Beaufort just approved December 11th. Stephen just texted me 4/1. So anything, I kind of agree. I will go along with 30 or 60 because I want us to do something as a whole, but I'll listen to everyone else.
What about Port Royal, Mayor?
Sir?
What is Port Royal said again?
Oh, I didn't see Port Royal. This was the city of Beaufort.
I have it. Hang on.
The city of Beaufort passed it 4/1, and they're keeping it until December 11th. And that just happened I guess they're having the meetings the same time we are.
Port Royal will meet, according to Van, Port Royal will meet tomorrow, at which time they will consider their emergency ordinance for masking to be renewed. So we don't know how the vote will go, of course, but it will be on their agenda tomorrow.
Okay. Fred, your hands up.
Let's not get bogged down in the time period, because we always have the authority to come back and change time. I mean, council can call an emergency meeting and make a decision at any time. But so let's not get bogged down in that. That's really not the issue that we're facing. I like what your comment was earlier, and so is Larry. I think we all realize that we're doing something to make a difference, and that shows good stewardship on our behalf, that we are trying to make a difference. And Bluffton definitely needs to be heard about making a difference, because we are leading the charge in this spread. So let's not let time make us go into the weary hours of the night. Just make a decision and move on.
Hey, I'm on mute. Any other questions and thoughts on this? Scott?
Well,
Go on, Dan.
I'm going to jump in. I personally like a date more in line with like the 11th, because it gives us an opportunity to hear and see what our sister towns have to say. But also, I'm with Fred. I mean, if it's 2 weeks earlier, 3 weeks earlier, we have to come back and then do an emergency change to the ordinance. We can easily do that. And I want to be sure that the people, if there's anybody listening right now, understands that. But, when you hear all of the comments and, everybody's got a different doctor and different body organization where they're getting their facts, it's one of the most mind-boggling things. I read the CDC information. Your national government is all about wearing masks. 33 states are increasing with their pandemic numbers right now as we go into the winter months. The packet just ran an article saying that various polls show that the number of Americans who wear the mask, at least when entering stores, went from near zero in March to about 65% in early summer to 85 to 90% in October. It's not just a small group of people. The majority of Americans now see the value of mask wearing. So, but we can change it if we need to. We don't want to do it just arbitrarily, and we're not trying to do it arbitrarily. We're trying to do it based on the science and just because we're just trying to be cautious.
This, Mark or Scott, this will align with our emergency ordinance. So you're saying if we pass this, it's December 13th.
Correct. That's correct, ma'am.
Okay.
And
So
also just want to remind council that if conditions change dramatically, you have the opportunity to address this at your next council meeting on November 10th. So.
And that was my point that I was trying to make, Mayor.
yeah,
That,
no,
you know, hopefully the trend keeps coming down and we can do away with it at our next meeting.
and
30 days. So.
And I do like the consistency on the two ordinances. And I did talk to Mark. I'd like an update in November because wouldn't it be great for things to have changed? And
Right.
we can always, and you know, and people are going to say, oh, when they vote, they're never going to change it. We do change our minds a lot and we're very open to it for that. So, oh, any other questions? So we are going to kind of keep it on the dates as Fred had mentioned. We won't get bogged down on the dates. This would put both ordinances to December 13th, which again is, we have a December council meeting before that as well. So any other thoughts on this with Scott? If not, I'll read the motion. Is there a motion to approve the emergency ordinance of the town of Bluffton requiring individuals to wear face coverings in certain circumstances in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and matters related thereto and severability?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you all. Next up, Chris. Consideration of an ordinance amending the town of Bluffton budget to provide for expenditures of certain funds and to allocate sources of said funds and to carry forward the unspent expenditures from the 2020 budget to 2021. This is second and final reading. Any changes?
There have been no changes.
There are no changes on second reading. Is there a motion? Any discussion on that? Any questions of him? If not, is there a motion to approve on final reading the ordinance amending Town of Bluffton 2020 budget to provide for expenditures of certain funds and to allocate sources of revenue of said funds and to carry forward unspent expenditures and encumbrances from 2020 budget to 2021 budget?
So moved.
I'll take one of y'all making that second. Any
I'll
discussion? Okay,
Yep.
any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? That's unanimous. Now we're on to first reading of what we had our workshop on, which is the ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed 5.250 million general obligation bond 2020. Chris, this is a first reading. We had a really good workshop on this. We still have Franny and Brian in the house. Is there anything more you want to go over with this?
Just briefly, I will go over the ordinance authorization, just some of the highlights here. Again, this authorizes the town manager to receive bids and awards the sale of the refunding bonds to the, excuse me, this is not the, that's a typo. There's the GO bonds, the lowest bidder. I apologize for that. Provided the true interest cost does not exceed 4%. After sale of the bonds, the town manager shall submit a written report to town council as in the past. Also authorize the town manager to, upon recommendation from the town bond council and financial advisor, to sell bonds through bank placement if it is in the best interest of the town. This is the timeline that we have. Second reading would be November 10th at the meeting, town council meeting. Preliminary official statement would be early November. Bond rating report released the week before bond sale. The official statement released week before bond sale, and bond sale on or around December 2nd, with the bond closing in mid to late December. And that is all I have to update. Yes?
I have a question, Chris. What what, I saw that 4% there. We haven't seen anything that was even close to 4%, that we're paying now or what we expect this to be. What's that 4%?
Yeah, I mean,
I would probably say I don't want to do it if it was 4%. So that's why I'm asking for clarification.
correct. That gives the authority to town manager to say, no, we're not going to award the bonds if the TIC does go that high. So we don't expect that to occur. We also recognize that with it being an election year, there is some unexpected occurrences that may occur in the market. So that gives us the town manager the authority to reject the bids if it does exceed that amount.
And Mayor, if I could add, Councilman Toomer, if there's a lower number, is it 3%? And Franny and Brian are on the call right now. Perhaps they could weigh in to indicate whether that as a motion would work. We're gonna know what the interest rate is once you pass this by first reading. We've got a lot of good work we can get done and start figuring some things out. We have till the end of the year to make this happen. But if there's a better number and Franny's advice, I'm very open to it.
I personally, Mark, just from a business standpoint, I think we were at what, 1.65 or something on the last refinance.
Mm-hmm.
What was the interest on that, Chris? The one we did not long ago?
Yes.
It was 1 point something, I think, right?
Yeah, it was extremely low. I don't remember the exact amount off the top of my head. I know that we are projecting 1.66 for this current issuance.
Yeah.
Yes. Brian Nurick's raising his hand.
Brian's on mute.
Jump in, Brian, but you're on mute.
Okay, I didn't know if I should click it or not.
Jump in.
And that was very good information. The bond that was sold earlier this year was a shorter term. It was 15 years roughly. This is a 20-year term. Current interest rate scale, I just pulled it up for a AA credit GO. Each maturity will have its own interest rate, so it's a blend. So year 1 is 0.19, year 5, 0.39, year 10, 1.1, year 15, 1.5, and then year 20, 1.72. And there's some, you still have to blend it. There's still the underwriter's discount. So yes, I would expect that today's market, we would be, 3% and under, well, under 3%. I think the 4% was just put in there as a placeholder. And Chris and I actually had a deep conversation about the election because we're trying to get this bond issue in 2020 so we could take advantage of the 2020 bank qualification. So these bonds will be eligible to be purchased by banks as opposed to only sophisticated investors. So if people are more comfortable with a lower number, that's fine. But Chris and I talked about, we sell in good markets, we sell in bad markets, but we never sell in dysfunctional markets. And dysfunctional markets would have been like COVID in March into April, you saw markets just totally collapse. If you put a bond out for bid, you'd receive 1 bid, maybe 2 bids. And, funds were forced to liquidate, especially leveraged funds that borrow short-term rates and then invest long. It was this compiling that occurred. So we wouldn't ever sell in that kind of a market. That being said, we do have a presidential election. We don't have a crystal ball. So we put in 4% just as a placeholder. But if there's more comfort with a different number, we can always revise that number at final reading. We can continue to talk about it. The whole reason that we pushed to try to have first reading tonight, as opposed to have more discussion, is that we were trying to at least position council to issue the bonds this year and take advantage of the bank qualification in this 2020 year, so that when you enter 2021 and you're working on that TIF decision that you'll ultimately make, that potential $10 million could also be bank qualified. So lots of different factors. Completely agree. Today's interest rate is sub 3, and we can visit that number as needed and as everyone's comfortable.
Okay, I knew there was an explanation. It just caught my eye, when I said 4. I can do better than that.
Yeah,
no.
So
I know the town of Bluffton can.
Yeah,
So-
no. You're a AA rated credit. There's when people issue BQ paper, bank qualified paper, most of it's not AA. And so your all's bonds are super well received. Everybody wants them. They wish you'd issue more. And we don't expect, 4% to be the number. We do expect to go with a competitive sale. So we will get the best, bid on that day, and we'll position you to get the best bid on that day, and, let the best investor win.
Good going, Brian. Did that answer your question, Larry?
Yes.
Any other questions on this? If not, this is first of two readings. Is there a motion to approve on first reading of an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed 5.250 million general obligation bonds 2020 or such appropriate series designation for the purpose of funding the Town of Bluffton Stormwater Utility Fund cap improvement projects?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that's unanimous. We're
Thank
on
you.
number 5, consideration of a resolution to adopt standard operating procedures to support periodic rights of way maintenance and tree trimming by public utility companies, including but not limited to Dominion. And is this a one vote? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It is a resolution to support a standard operating procedure.
Great.
You think you guys had enough of me tonight already, right?
Well, we're about to, so get it going fast.
Okay, so this won't take long because we've already had a workshop about this issue. As you know, Dominion Energy, formerly SCE&G, is scheduled to perform right-of-way maintenance. And what that means is tree trimming, put it in common terms, as early as December. It will more likely be around the first of the year. We're in close contact with them. Palmetto Electric is expected to perform that same type of maintenance in 2021. So we had a workshop in August, as you recall, to get council's input toward establishing some kind of program to assist with the road maintenance so that there's not as much negative feedback and that it's a little more aesthetically appealing than what's been experienced in the past. So some of the areas of concern that we heard were seemingly unnecessarily exaggerated and unesthetically appealing cuts to trees, lack of communication with the town and its residents regarding the maintenance activities, and the maintenance being performed outside of normal business hours in some cases, disrupting what would otherwise be normal quiet periods. And then lastly, reports of parking or staging equipment on private property without owner permission. So the town has put together a standard operating procedure, which we present to you, staff presents to you tonight for your consideration. And it includes the following elements. Here's the crux of it. Town council appointment of citizens that would augment the town's already existing beautification committee for the purpose of overseeing those tree trimming activities. Also, the town contracting with a local arborist for an additional consultation and oversight assistance, a second opinion, if you will, with regard to the planned row activities. And then staff engagement with the utility company that's performing the maintenance, which we already have a good rapport established with the Dominion Energy and with Palmetto Electric. And then a very robust public information and education campaign. So to give you an idea of the timeline, no later than 6 months prior to the road maintenance activities, town would establish contact with the utility company, establish a dialogue and express an expectation that we be kept informed. And that's already happened. We're already in close contact with them. And then no later than 2 months prior to the maintenance activities, that's when we would expect council to appoint an ad hoc committee that again will be consisting of the beautification committee, in addition to other appointments, which would include people from the maintenance affected communities as deemed necessary and proper by town council. And that is written broadly on purpose because if I bring up a roadmap, if you would like, I have that available for you to show you where the areas are that the maintenance will take place. That will drive who you may want to appoint to that ad hoc committee to assist the beautification committee. And then the town manager and or deputy town manager will meet with the utility company to communicate the town's areas of concern and our expectations on behalf of council. And then no later than 1 month prior to the maintenance activities, we'll contract with the local arborist. We'll introduce an aggressive public awareness campaign. We'll use all our social media. We'll use our website. We'll put out media releases as needed that address the areas of operation for the trimming activities and the maintenance schedule, and what to expect with regard to the pruning of the trees and the practices that are used by the companies that will be doing it. And then the town staff will meet with the ad hoc committee that you appoint as well to as a last minute tune-up before the maintenance activities take place. So next steps are, pending the adoption of this resolution, town council and staff will execute the standard operating procedure as presented. Several attachments to include the resolution that we're asking you to consider that has with it Exhibit A, which is the standard operating procedure that lays out exactly what I've just described to you. Any questions?
Any questions of Scott on this? Well, yes, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's a good piece of work that they took the guidance that council gave, but I'm a little, this is me, I don't want to make something complicated when it doesn't have to be, and I like to try to keep things simple, but when I look at the size of the committee that we're trying to, we got 5 beautification members, we got staff involved, we got an arborist involved, we got community members, and we got right-of-way maintenance committee. And I almost feel like we're trying to kill a fly with a hammer. It's like, do we really need that many people to have input on right-of-way maintenance? I think that we're just complicating the situation. I think we could do it with a smaller group of people, you know, whatever it may be, 3, 4, 5, but we don't need a multitude of people. It just complicates things. The other comment, last comment, Scott, is under your background, you might want to include the word distribution system. So
Something happened with
your
you, Dan.
Dominion distribution system right away, same with electric.
Could you
Pardon me?
repeat that, Councilman Wood? You cut out and I didn't get most of that.
I didn't hear either.
Yeah, if you go to where it said you have background,
Yes.
I think you want to include, I suggest you include the word distribution system. On a 5-year cycle, Dominion Energy performs distribution system right away. When I looked at the examples, there was some transmission pictorials in there, and I don't want people to get confused between transmission right-of-way clearing and distribution system right-of-way clearing. And that's what we're speaking to here is distribution system right-of-way, nothing more.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions from anyone? Fred?
Scott, Dan makes a good argument about how many entities or committees we have involved.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way, and this is supposed to be a council approval of these of this ad hoc committee, so maybe we can choose some from each one of those entities and come up with so we have all hands on deck. Maybe that'll help solve that.
Absolutely. It is an ad hoc committee, and the requirements for the exact membership of it are broad for a reason, and that's to give you the flexibility to appoint as a council who you think would do the best job on your behalf in monitoring these tree trimming activities. So
And I'll
you
jump.
have that ability. The suggestion that is in there right now is based on the input we received in August, but this is completely flexible, and we can make amendments to the SOP on the fly prior to your adoption of it this evening, if you like.
Jump in, the reason to remind everyone, I remember every single one of these, and y'all thought this current situation with people wanting to wear and not wear masks, if you think these emails are tough, wait till you see trees getting cut. Edisto has a number of people, so they have enough people that can almost be there at every single area they cut. I think it's more of a backup. They don't all have to be there watching it. They're not all swatting the fly, but I think it sets up a good amount of people that can tag team. And they are gonna cut if we don't have someone around them at all times. So I'm okay with it if we can utilize them in the best way. And we might not get that many, but that was the reason at the workshop.
Mayor, if I could make one comment, I see, what are they gonna do? You know, I mean, first of all, they're gonna cut something before it's acknowledged that it shouldn't have been cut. So how are we going to handle that? Who's gonna come and be the judge of that, or the enforcement? Is it gonna be the chief? Is it gonna be Mark? It's gonna, who is going to, after they do some, because until they do it, you're not really knowing for sure that they cross the line, so to speak.
Well, I would hope they get some training.
But me too, but
we have the arborist. I hope we will have a true arborist there watching and making sure we know the trees that we're really nervous about, because there are some trees that can't take too many more cuts.
Right.
And I think we just need to be really forceful. Edisto does it, and Edisto has had a great process with Dominion. So that's my hope. I hope we do what that town did.
So if it makes you feel any better, the forester for this region for Dominion Energy, Will Epting, is a certified arborist, and he understands the intricacies and the concerns of the just what you expressed, Councilman Toomer. He is very sensitive to that. We also know that the utility companies are obligated to make those cuts in the rights of way in accordance with ANSI 300 standards. They all follow that same standard. And as part of our information and education campaign leading up to the cutting, we can inform the public of what to expect with regard to tree trimming. But with regard to exactly what they do, we're relying on them to be good partners. In the end, that is a right of way that they control. So, and they've got to keep those trees away from the power lines, because when we have a storm, that's an easy way to get a massive power outage, and we don't want that. But we've experienced great cooperation from them so far, from both utility companies. We expect that to continue, and we will make every effort to inform the public of what they should expect with regard to the types of cuts that are made on trees.
Scott, I hope we're not using just their arborist. I saw and hear it. We are going to have an arborist.
We are, yes, ma'am.
We're going to take that approach, then they're going to get their way on it. So I hope we're a little tougher than giving in to everything they want.
Right.
But the other towns do, and they have an easy cut.
And
Right.
Mayor
we also contacted Edisto. I talked to staff members there as well to find out what they did. And I talked to the forester from Dominion Energy, who also was familiar with how Edisto worked with their crews when they trimmed there. So we've got that going for us as well.
Great. Any other questions?
Mayor Salka and Town Council, I want you to hear from me on this issue too. I've been through a few of these tree cuts and have heard one thing and seen something else. I'm very clear what your expectations are. My expectations are parallel to that. I do think that the approach that Scott took with organizing all of this and stating it as your expectation helps Scott and I and our team with the utility company. So this isn't just some random rogue town manager chasing down the trees in the right of way. This is a very clear town council partnership expectation that we are very clear on, that I am very clear on as well. The magic formula aside that I think Scott put together, it's all how we implement it. It's going to be block by block, street by street, examining those really sensitive areas and working with whoever is cutting the tree to understand the expectations. And that's going to take some of my time. It's going to take some of Scott's time. It's going to take some staff time. And we will also have our own arborist for to get a second opinion before we operate on those sensitive areas. And I do think that the team approach, especially hearing from Scott, how upfront Dominion has been and how upfront this one gentleman has been with Dominion, I think we're planning on a really great experience, and we will communicate that with the community, and we'll communicate back to you along the way.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions on this? If nothing, is this a vote? This is a resolution? So is there a motion to adopt the resolution, adopting the standard operating procedures to support periodic rights-of-way maintenance and tree trimming by public utility companies, including but not limited to Dominion Energy?
I make that motion.
There's second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? That's unanimous. Next is number 6, and we have two different projects like this. Consideration of an ordinance to approve the Inmark Stations, Inc. 100% annexation petition for certain property consisting of approximately 1.076 acres of land located at 464 Buckwalter Parkway and is identified as a portion of the Beaufort County tax map as listed on the agenda, and into the town of Bluffton municipal boundary as part of the Buckwalter Planned Unit Development. This is first of 2 readings. Kevin.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you just stated, we are here for this annexation request. Just make sure that the applicant, Walter Nestor, he is on the Zoom link meeting, so he is here in case you do have questions specifically for him.
Is he the applicant or representing the applicant?
He is the applicant representing. He is representing the Mr. Carroll with Inmark.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So as we stated, this is for an annexation request, 100%. It's for a 1 acre parcel of land, 1.076 acre parcel of land. Just to remind you that there's also other concurrent applications with this. There's a zoning map amendment. There's a concept plan amendment, development agreement, and then ultimately a master plan amendment as well, incorporating this into Buckwalter Commons Phase 1 master plan. At the last meeting, as you remember, this was tabled at the July 14th Town Council meeting. You requested additional information. One was to request information from Beaufort County staff. They were in support of the annexation. They did have the following items, which was to, for PUD development agreement, incorporate the future impact fee revisions, to conform with the Buckwalter Parkway Access Management Plan, provide a vegetative buffer along Lake Point Drive to minimize impacts to residents, and then to provide a traffic impact analysis for any development producing more than 50 peak trips per hour. Also with that, there was a request for information on impacts to the levels of service and cost benefit. Again, that's information that, if this were to move forward, that would be provided at the time of Planning Commission recommendation, and it's anticipated that there's little to no financial fiscal impact to the annexation for the gas station, convenience store, and car wash, which is what they're proposing. And then the last item was to post the property with signage on Buckwalter Parkway. If you've driven by, you notice that there's a big A and a big Z out in front on both sides of Lake Point Drive, which is this property on the eastern portion, and then on the western portion is for the next project that you'll be hearing this evening. Again, to kind of give you an orientation, the property, the 1 acre is located in red at the corner of Lake Point Drive and Buckwalter Parkway. Across the street is the Parker's gas station there. Okay, again, this is the plat. You can see that parcel B is the 1 acre parcel. What is represented as parcel A is what we refer to as the Robertson tract. And then the applicant, Inmark, is looking to combine the two properties in order to put a gas station / convenience store on there. You will notice that there is a considerable amount of wetlands on this property. Again, background information, the 1.076 acres. The property is currently zoned the Grandy Oaks PUD and designated as part of that community residential C2 land use tract, which does allow for limited uses, which includes the attached, detached, single family, multifamily, community recreational, and sales center. One of the things that happened since the last time we met is that Beaufort County actually provided the applicant a determination that due to the language regarding the transition of uses within the Grandy Oaks PUD, the property is permitted to utilize the uses within the village commercial land use tract, which includes gas stations. And I've got the Grandy Oaks PUD zoning map here, which I'll show in just a second. And again, it is their intent is to use this area for the gas station, which includes the 5,900 square foot convenience store, the fueling facilities for 20 vehicles, the 1,200 square foot car wash, which is a conditional use. So the reason behind this is that they have an inability to access the points off of Buckwalter Parkway, and this portion of land allows them to access into Lake Point Drive, which gets them to a signalized intersection. And again, with the usable, they're very limited into the size that they have of the 9.18 acres. It's actually 2.66 acres that's actually uplands. This is a conceptual draft site plan, just so you can see in relation to where the proposed annexation portion of property is. And again, just so you know, this site plan that you see here has not been reviewed by staff to meet any of our development code requirements. So that actual configuration that they're showing does not necessarily mean that that is what would move forward. If this were to move forward, obviously it would have to go through the master plan process and then the preliminary and final development plan process. And that design is subject to change. Again, from the road map, you can see the property is located in the white portion here, Buckwalter Parkway, and you can see the future Bluffton Parkway to the north. The zoning map, Robertson Track, obviously that is all in the Buckwalter PUD, and this is in the Grandy Oaks PUD. Again, this is that Grandy Oaks PUD master plan where you can see that it was designated with that C2, but there is a determination from Beaufort County's planning department, which states that their intent is that the use of a gas station would be allowed in that location. I will not go through each and every one of these uses that are listed on here, but it was provided in your staff report. There were a comparison of what is the Grandy Oaks PUD community residential and the village center land use in comparison with the Buckwalter PUD. So wherever you see a dash means that the use is not allowed. P means it's a permitted use. C is conditional use. If there's a specific use that you had in question, please let me know. These are broken down by categories. So you have civic institution, commercial, retail. These are all various commercial retail type uses. We get down to on the second one, you can see is a community residential, or excuse me, community recreation. Lodging, maintenance of Buckwalter Commons recreation properties, open space, residential, roads, and utilities. Again, from a future annexation boundary map, this property is located within the boundary map, which is located right here. And then for the future land use map, the property is, as you can see, it is located in what they're showing as a medium density residential. But it's you can notice that if this was included, it would fall under that PUD category, which does allow for those commercial uses. Growth framework map, again, this is on the periphery of the growth framework map, which is in the, the periphery of the town center place type assembly, which is the most intense type of development that we're looking for. Okay, next we have the annexation review criteria. So I was going to go through these. So the first one is that the application meets the principles, policies, and procedures. We do find that in conjunction with the approval of the comprehensive plan amendment, that it would meet those requirements. Number two, that the annexation is in the best interest of the town. This is during that cost of benefit analysis that staff would work on during the planning workshop and recommendation review process. We would get that information put together and be able to provide that information. Number three, property is contiguous to the Bluffton municipal boundary, which it is, as you've noticed in the various maps that we've shown. Number four, that it does not create any enclaves or donut holes, as they're called. Again, this does not do that. Number five, that the annexation is consistent with the recommendations of the town of Bluffton's comprehensive plan, including the future annexation map. So with this one, the comprehensive plan, identifies the properties as that medium density, as we're referring to. Though it's anticipated future use is not residential, it will provide a neighborhood service to the surrounding residents and align with the uses permitted in the requested Buckwalter Commons land use tract in the Buckwalter PUD. Also with that, the property is within that town center place type for the growth framework map, which does identify as the most intensely developed areas, or those areas to be intensely developed, consisting of compact, complete, and highly connected neighborhoods that support larger, most intense mixed-use development conditions as defined in Section 6 of the Unified Development Ordinance. Number six is the requested zoning district, land use regulations, development standards, and environmental regulations is appropriate. So the criteria for the requested Buckwalter PUD zoning district will be discussed in detail in the analysis in the zoning map amendment for those future staff reports. Number seven is the consideration has been given to the cost benefits and estimated revenues for the proposed annexation before action is taken on completion. And again, this is staff will prepare that cost benefit analysis that will be proposed and will be reviewed by Planning Commission prior to it coming back to you. Again, there's little to no physical impact to for the annexation as a proposed gas station. Number eight, that it will not create a tax burden or measurable reduced level of service. Again, that information will be picked up during that cost benefit analysis and be provided to the Planning Commission. Number nine, the physical impact on providing municipal service has been considered. So in accordance with the annexation manual, staff will prepare the cost benefit analysis and determine if that is the case. It's estimated tax revenue impact on law enforcement for the property, including its first year of annexation, as well as build out prior to the Planning Commission's public hearing. So that information will be provided. Number 10, consideration of the annexation area's existing utilities, transportation infrastructure, future needs for expansion improvements has been taken into account. So the property will be served by public water, sewer, electric, telecommunications, natural gas if accessible, which is all adjacent to or it's very close proximity to this site. The full impact that annexation will have on law enforcement has been considered. Again, during that cost benefit analysis, we will provide that information, including if there's any additions or necessity for any improvements through law enforcement. Number 12, application demonstrates potential for the diversification of the economic base and job opportunities. Obviously, the proposed annexation does demonstrate a potential for further economic development, which creates new job opportunities as well as diversifying our economic base. Number 13, petitioners understand all potential cost benefits associated with the annexation. Again, during that cost benefit analysis that staff will work on, we'll be able to provide that information. Number 14, input has been provided by public or affected agencies during the review process. So there's been several opportunities. There will be several opportunities for the public and affected agencies to provide comment. As of the drafting of this staff report, we had not received any comments from the public. We did send out requests to various outside agencies including Beaufort County, which I'd stated before, the information that they had requested. Just that the PUD and development agreement amendment need to incorporate any future revisions to impact fees for roads, parks, libraries, fire, EMS, and schools. That any development on the site should conform with the Buckwalter Parkway Access Management Plan. There should be the vegetative buffer along Lake Point Drive to minimize visual impacts, and that a traffic impact analysis should be required for any development producing more than 50 peak trip hours. Town of Hilton Head responded, they had no comments. City of Beaufort, no response. City of Port Royal, no response. Jasper County responded that they had no comments. Town of Ridgeland and City of Hardyville also had no response to this date. From the process, we are still on step 5, which is Town Council first reading. Again, this is the intent to annex. This is an opportunity for you to make that determination if you so choose. From here, you can approve. You can approve with conditions. You could deny the request. You could request to send this to the negotiating committee. From a next step standpoint, it's anticipated that this would go to the Planning Commission public workshop, and that's that informal meeting with the Planning Commission in order to have an opportunity to really start to look at the project, as well as all of the other processes that it would go through. We're anticipating that would be November 18th. And then during that, after that meeting, we would draft the feasibility study. We would be required to provide public notifications for a Planning Commission public hearing. We're anticipating that would be in January of next year. And then from there, whatever information that's necessary would be updated, and it's anticipated. I'm sorry, looks like I missed a step here. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't. It's anticipated that second final reading would be in May of 2021, and then notifications would go out after that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, the applicant is in here and can.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's get to questions if you don't mind. Sorry to cut you off. Fred, question?
Kevin, from what I can gather here, this is an upzoning with this annexation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. There are, while Beaufort County has stated that this would fall under that village commercial. Did I freeze up there? I'm gonna turn off my video just to.
You're fine. No, you're fine.
Okay. Beaufort County has stated that in their village commercial that this property would be allowed the uses that are associated with that. If you start to go to a one-to-one comparison, you're looking at, in essence, there would be more uses that would be allowed in the Buckwalter Commons land use tract, which is at a higher level of intensity of uses compared to the village commercial.
Kevin, also in your staff report, it says that the Beaufort County staff made their opinion or suggestions or input. I remember asking for the county administrator as well as council's opinion on how they feel about this annexation. When can we get that?
I can talk to the town manager to work with him to provide, reaching out to the various council members as well as the county administrator. But we worked on the staff level from the more technical aspect of it.
Fred, I can answer. Mr. Covert actually texted us last meeting and said the idea of annexing, he has no issue with, but do not upzone because that amount of traffic coming out on that roadway will affect, county residents, and just don't rezone it.
Okay.
That, and I talked to Chairman Passamont, and I said, we really like to know y'all's thinking on it, and really didn't have a comment. And I have not talked to Mark Lawson, and I meant to when I saw him last week, but I think we should get it. I'm curious, if they get the same zoning, why not just stay in the county and not put our staff through all this work? If they can do the same thing currently, which I thought I heard that from Kevin. Questions of anybody?
My last comment, Mayor, is that if anything, if we decide to move forward with anything, it needs to go to the negotiation committee, because I believe if we're going to upzone or if we're going to annex, then it has to be, we have to see what the asset would be for the town to do this, other than what we normally get. We don't, I mean, and so it definitely need to be vetted through the negotiating committee.
Thoughts and questions from council? Does anybody have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I just want to comment. I rarely see it differently than my companion Fred, but I don't see the need for it to go back to negotiating committee. It's not that big of a project. We've had other instances where we've had similar type zoning issues, like on maybe 46 or somewhere, and we worked through the county. I think all I'm hearing is, what does the county feel like? Are they in favor or are they not in favor? And that's really all we need to know, is my gist of it.
Thank you.
Question.
Larry?
Question. Yeah, question. Is this, I'm trying to get these two properties. I mean, I know we looked at this one earlier. We have another annexation after this one in our packet.
Mm-hmm.
Are they in the same place?
It's across the street.
Across the
Across
yeah, that's what I was trying to get straight in my head here. So they do not touch each other. Is that correct? They are not adjoining properties?
Correct. So as you can see on the zoning map here, the property that we're referring to right now is in red.
Right.
The one that's coming up is going to be literally across the street of Lake Point Drive. And it's the two parcels that you can see my cursor moving over.
Okay, that's fine. Hi, Heather.
And if I could, just for point of clarification, just from what I've been hearing from this side, is this Robertson tract piece here, this is currently in the town and in Buckwalter and shown on that long list of uses that Kevin had presented. And the piece that's outlined in red is the portion that they're requesting to annex into the town. So while we say and got clarification from Beaufort County staff that corner piece does allow a gas station. However, there is a whole list of other additional uses that is currently allowed in that Robertson tract, if that follows. So what the request is for the annexation is to allow a proposed gas station here to expand and use this site. Sorry, I don't have the pointer, Kevin does, to allow the access to extend onto that Lake Point Drive. So it straddles the proposed site plan. Again, this is anticipating future steps, and the reasons for the annexation request is the portion to the right is located currently in the town of Bluffton in Buckwalter, the portion that's outlined in yellow currently in the town. And while the Eric Greenway, the planning director at Beaufort County, did provide an interpretation that a gas station is allowed there, again, there's a whole list of other uses that Kevin has on that chart. So while the gas station is not necessarily an upzoning, the whole list of uses of what could be like I said, interpreted as the upzoning. And again, the purpose of the annexation, as indicated from the applicant, is for that larger site plan, because of those wetlands there to expand out, and again, to get the access on Lake Point Drive. So just wanted to clarify that with the uses and just summarize that up if that was helpful for the discussion.
That's really helpful, Heather.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather.
Questions? I'll just couple of things. I guess Woodbridge is fresh on my mind, where we own all around Woodbridge, and we have totally upset residents over that planning commission project over something that was already zoned. And now we are thinking of annexing something that falls on a road in a community that's not in the town limits. And we have a red light there that I don't know how permanent it's going to be. And they actually have a drive going through the wetlands, getting on Buckwalter. And do we want to put our staff through something that we don't even know is going to end up annexed? And then on top of that, we have a circle that we don't even know about Bluffton Parkway yet. That's for both of these annexations. We're in the middle of trying to figure out infrastructure. And now we are adding a gas station in front of 800 homes that aren't even in the town limits. And I think it's going to impact them. And I know and if they can already do it, why wouldn't we let them just do it through the county, since their county residents live there? Those are my real big concerns on this one and the next one. Is someone raising their hand? Any questions? Is there an appetite to move this to second reading and have staff go through what they have to do? If not, I will read this. I'm not voting for this. I'm just letting y'all know. I think it's too much for staff and too much headache from county residents at the moment.
We do have the applicant here as well, if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait to hear from council. Yeah, does the council want to talk to Mr. Nestor, who's representing the applicant, or is the applicant? I don't see Walter. Hey, Walter, I'm sure you're here somewhere. Let me look. There's Walter. Are there questions? There questions of staff or questions of Walter?
Maybe Walter, he's waving his hand there. Maybe he can show us something we're not seeing, or tell us something that we don't know already.
And thank you, because Walter wasn't on my screen. He was on page 2. That's why I couldn't find him. Walter?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Perhaps some people would say properly on page 2, or maybe even the last page, but certainly appreciate Council's review of this. And when we last met on this project, there was a concern expressed by Council about what Beaufort County had to say about it, as well as whether or not it was an upzoning. And a further review of the Grand Oaks PUD revealed that we didn't believe that it was an upzoning, and that we went to Beaufort County and got the planning director, Mr. Eric Greenway, to give us a letter. His interpretation was the exact same, and both Heather and Kevin spoke to that. Now, as Heather pointed out, and I think appropriately and very helpfully, there is a long list of uses that are available in Buckwalter Commons. All of those uses are available on the 9-acre Robertson site. So that triangular piece that you looked at earlier, that's already in the town, and that all can be, the long list of uses are available in that site as it exists. So what's being, the endeavor here really is just better planning. We can't really predict what the future is with respect to a light, but it really is just better planning. 1 acre is not a sufficient parcel of land to develop. This property can't be developed in the county unless the 9-acre Robertson site goes back to the county. So we see this as really better development, better planning. The location of a convenience store at the intersection of major artery and another artery that leads into a community is not that unusual. And I suggest that it was contemplated in the Grand Oaks PUD, which was approved by Beaufort County before they knew where the major arterial was going to go. And that's why they had this transition of uses. The master plan contemplates a transition of uses. There's also some history that I believe I've shared with all the members of council with respect to the Robertson site. When the Robertson site was initially annexed into the town of Bluffton, it was contemplated as residential, and there were residential density units that or development rights that were assigned to the Robertson tract. Subsequently, and I believe it's the first or the second amendment to the development agreement for Buckwalter, the Robertson family transferred all the residential density to the town of Bluffton, and the Robertson site was granted 9 acres of general commercial use under the Buckwalter Commons master plan. So going back into the early 2000s, the Robertson tract was contemplated by prior councils as being developed for general commercial uses. Subsequently, we don't know when it became as wet as it did, but the Robertson tract, the 9-acre tract, is very wet. There's a large wetland area that is behind the Robertson tract, and it runs behind Hampton Hall. And you can see that which is the part of the parcel, or the larger parcel where the smaller parcel is going to come from. Most of that parcel is wet or comprises lakes and that serve stormwater discharge off Lake Point Drive and other areas in the community. So when we look at some of the concerns, is it an upzoning? It's 1 acre. It's 1 acre that's going to be used in conjunction with a 9-acre parcel that was brought into the town years ago and was rezoned by the town in order to create general commercial uses. And the county's planning director agrees that one of those commercial uses under the Grand Oaks PUD is the type of commercial uses that are being proposed here. We see it as not an upzoning, we see it as better planning, because you can't plan and develop a building that straddles a jurisdictional line. So the purpose here really is to have better planning, have a better facility. For better or for worse, the Robertson site could still be developed with an easement across the county parcel that would enter onto Lake Point Drive. The applicant doesn't want to do that. It doesn't make sense. It's not good planning. What's really being proposed is what we believe to be good planning. And we also believe that there's been public notice out for quite some time, and we don't believe that there's an awful lot of concern from the residents in the residential areas at the end of Lake Point Drive. But if council approves this on first reading, we can get that answer. We can find out from those people whether or not that they believe that this is a good development. We also have the opportunity, although it is a small annexation, we do have the opportunity to go to the negotiating committee, and we would be glad to do that, to have a conversation.
Walter, finish up, please. Sorry, it's just getting.
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. And I appreciate that. We would welcome the opportunity to go to the negotiating committee and talk about the rest of the acres on that parent parcel and the wetlands and things that can be done to protect the surrounding property. So we ask that you allow us to go forward on first reading. It's only the intent to annex, to let us work with staff to put together information that can help you make a final determination.
Thank you, Walter. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's just a lot more to go. And just a question on those wetlands, that map's been around for 20 years because I just pulled it up. So it's always been a wetland. That's part of his property he annexed. Anyway, just a comment on that. Thank you, though. Any other questions of Walter? Any other questions of staff on this? Nothing? Okay, I'll read the motion. Is there a motion on first reading of an ordinance approving the 100% annexation petition for certain property consisting of approximately 1.076 acres of land located at 464 Buckwalter Parkway and identified as a portion of Beaufort County tax map as noted into the town of Bluffton?
So move.
Is there a second? Is there a second? There's no second. So Terry, what does that mean?
I mean, the motion the motion dies for lack of a second. Your Honor.
There's no second, so the motion dies for lack of second.
Can you go
Okay,
to the next item on the agenda?
let me get my little pop-up here. The next item is item number 7. Consideration of an ordinance approving the Grandy Oaks 2 LLC 100% annexation petition for certain property consisting of 13.933 acres located at the southwest corner of Buckwalter Parkway and Lake Point Drive intersection as identified by the tax numbers listed, and it's asking to be moved into the town of Bluffton municipal boundary. Who is up? Kevin, you're up again. And can I ask a question, Kevin, next time, which would be so helpful? I love all your information, but I cannot see your presentation in all of your attachments that we look at. So somebody's got Facebook on. Okay, somebody's got Facebook on. Anyway, just a request, Kevin, if we could get the presentation early on our agenda, it's just really helpful.
Okay.
And could we mute everybody but Kevin? There's a Rusty. I'm about to mute myself, so if everyone can mute.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and get started. Again, so this is the consideration of the ordinance for the 13.93 acres located in the southwest corner of Buckwalter Parkway and Lake Point Drive. This request came into us on July 14th of this year, requesting for the 13.93 acres to come into the town. With this process, there will be a zoning map amendment to incorporate into the Buckwalter PUD as part of that Buckwalter Commons land use track. There would be a Buckwalter concept plan amendment and a Buckwalter development agreement amendment. The difference is that at this time, they are not requesting a master plan amendment, or excuse me, an initial master plan. I don't think that they're at a point yet to where they are able to move forward with the master plan. So from an aerial standpoint, you can see the property is located here on the southwest corner of Lake Point Drive. We just talked about the property on the other side. Again, Parker's gas station. Here's an aerial here to where you could get a better representation of the property. It's highlighted in yellow, the Parker's gas station, Buckwalter Place to the north, and then the Grandy Oaks subdivision. The plat for the property, you can see it is the 2 parcels, which combined, which is the 13.933. Currently, it is in unincorporated Beaufort County. It is vacant. It is part of the Grandy Oaks PUD as designated with that Village Commercial 1 or VC1, which allows for a mix of uses, including but not limited to attached, detached, single family, multifamily, community recreation, sales center, civic, neighborhood commercial, office, and retail. Again, the applicant does not have specific plans for the property, but they are in current preliminary planning to expand areas, contemplates a mixed-use village-style development, perhaps with residential above commercial and including extensive medical services and commercial establishments. So the applicant's request, again, is for the development rights of 13.933 acres of general commercial, 15 residential dwelling units, and then a conditional addition of 120 residential dwelling units in the event that University Investments acquires the property. I'd also like to state that the applicant is on the Zoom link and can answer any additional questions that may come up. From the roadmap, again, this is on the southwest corner of Lake Point Drive. Again, you can see highlighted in red here, the Grandy Oaks master plan, which is that VC1. Current uses, again, is comparison with the Grandy Oaks VC1, which does allow for various the neighborhood commercial uses compared to what the Buckwalter Commons tract, which does allow for that general commercial, which is a higher level of intensity. It is located within the future annexation boundary map. It is part of, would fall under that future land use map. It is located within that growth framework for the town center. And then we do have the various criteria. So I'll try to go through these a little bit faster. So one is that that it meets the principles, policies, procedures set forth in the annexation manual. Staff finds that the annexation requests in conjunction with approval of the concurrent comprehensive plan amendment would meet these principles. Number two, that it's in the property is in the best interest of the town. That would be that cost benefit analysis that staff would work on during the planning commission's portion of the review of this. Number three, that the property is contiguous with the town, which it is. Number four, it avoids creating new enclaves or donut holes, which it will not create any. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So this is the comprehensive plan map 8.3 future land use currently identifies the properties as a medium density residential. Category consists of single family homes with accessory multifamily units. Densities can range from 1 to 3 acres. However, densities within, let's see, and then it says multifamily uses could allow as long as overall density is not exceeded. So the proposed request of 15 residential dwelling units aligns with that medium density residential, and the 13.933 acres of general mixed use will provide the neighborhood services to the surrounding residents and align with the uses permitted within the requested Buckwalter Commons tract on the Buckwalter PUD. And then the addition of the optional 120 residential dwelling units, if utilized on the property, would equate to 9.69 dwelling units per acre, which exceed the 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre identified in the comp plan for medium density residential. However, the comprehensive plan growth framework map, as discussed just a moment ago, is in that town center place type, which identifies as the most intensely developed areas, or those areas that are intensely developed, consisting of compact, complete, highly connected neighborhoods that support larger, more intense mixed-use development conditions. Number 6, the requested zoning district land use regulations, development standards, environmental regulations is appropriate. So the criteria for the requested Buckwalter PUD zoning district will be discussed in detail with the analysis of the zoning map amendment in future staff reports. Consideration has been given on the cost benefits and estimated revenues for proposed annexation. So that's where the staff will prepare that cost benefit analysis to determine that. Number 8 is that it will not create a tax burden or measurably reduced level of services. That information, again, with the tax benefit analysis would be produced, and we'd have a better understanding at that point. Number 9 is the fiscal impact of providing municipal services, which would fall under that cost benefit analysis where staff would be able to determine if that's the case. 10, consideration of annexation on the existing conditions of utilities, transportation. So this would be served by public water and sewer, electrical, telecommunications, natural gas, where accessible and it's adjacent in close proximity. Number 11, the full impact will have on law enforcement has been considered. Again, that would be contemplated during that cost benefit analysis that staff would work on. Number 12 is the applicant demonstrates potential for diversification of the economic base and job opportunities. Proposed annexation demonstrates that there is a potential for further economic development and to create new jobs. Number 13, petitioners understand all potential cost benefits associated with the annexation. Again, during that cost benefit analysis, staff would be able to provide all that information. And number 14 is input has been provided by the public affected agencies during the review process. So there will be several opportunities as discussed in the last annexation that we would be able to have various public meetings for individuals to express any opinions, concerns they may have. Again, there is a large A and a large Z out in front of this property on Buckalter Parkway to provide notice. And as of the drafting of the staff report, we had not received any comments from the public. Again, from outside agencies, Beaufort County staff did provide very similar information, which said that the PUD master plan needs to take into consideration the potential adverse impacts of intense commercial or multifamily residential on the existing Sandy Point subdivision, and that the area along Lake Point Drive west of Sandy Point Drive should have the least intense and most compatible uses to the adjoining single-family residential areas. The PUD development agreement amendment would need to incorporate any future revisions to the impact fees, and any development of the site should conform with the Buckalter Parkway and Bluffton Parkway access management plan. And we received no response to date from City of Beaufort, Port Royal, Ridgeland, or Hardyville, and Town of Hilton Head and Jasper County both responded that they had no comments. Process standpoint, again, this evening we're here for that first reading, the intent to annex, and it's anticipated that we would bring this to the Planning Commission public workshop in December. We would work on the feasibility study, potentially if necessary, would go to the negotiating committee. We'd provide.
Hey, I'm muted, I can't get through.
Mr. Hammett, could you please mute your phone? We can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody right now. So you think they'll cut me back on? Okay. Talk to you soon.
The Planning Commission public hearing is anticipated in January, and then the second and final readings would be in May. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, the applicant is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kevin, and sorry for that. And the applicant is Mr. Hammett? Is that who the applicant is? Who's the applicant?
I believe it is Rusty Windsor with, actually, I think it's Lewis Hamlet is the applicant, and Rusty Windsor is with Thomas & Hutton, who is able to assist.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Kevin?
Kevin, I guess I'll start because I've been kind of studying this most of the day. First of all, I'm trying to get a grip in my mind about the same amount of acreage for commercial development, and then along with the 15 units, and then also the request for another 120 units. How does that work? I mean, obviously there's not enough room to do 13 acres of commercial and 15 houses and then another 120 homes too. So to me, it kind of caught my eye. It's like, what in the world are we even, how are we doing this? I mean, I could see one or the other possibly, but I can't see approval for both. And that's the way it's written?
Yes, sir. That is the way that the applicant has requested it. So you know, with not having a site plan, it's, you know, potential of having commercial with residential units above is a possibility.
Yeah, but not 120 residential units above 13 acres of approved commercial. Correct? I mean, that's not even possible.
I have not seen a site plan. So at this point, I don't think I could really, you know, tell you if that could work or not.
Yeah, I've been looking at everything that you guys sent me in my packet and makes zero sense to me at this point. So that's all I have right now.
Any other questions? Any other questions of the staff?
Hello, this
or-
is Lewis. Can anybody hear me?
We've heard you on the phone. We've heard you. Yes, we have, but let me ask council if they have any other questions first, Lewis, but you can stay off mute. Are there any questions of Mr. Hammett, who's representing the applicant? Mr. Hammett, did you want to say something?
I can't hear anyone.
Okay, we can hear you. Do you think he signed on with audio? He's off of mute. So can you not hear us?
Can somebody send him a text message or call his cell phone? Mark?
Yeah, I don't know his number.
I looked for it. I don't have his number. I was looking.
Is there any other person that the applicant, if he is there?
I think Rusty's calling Lewis as we speak.
Good. Rusty's off mute. Mr. Windsor, are you?
Yes, I was trying to get Lewis on the phone so he could actually hear us. Lewis, can you hear us at all?
He did not set up with audio on, I have a feeling. I don't.
Yes.
It says I'm muted by host.
Can you hear now?
He has to unmute himself.
Go ahead and speak, Lewis. They can hear
No,
you.
no, yeah, now he's off.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I couldn't hear anybody when you went through the presentation. And I can't hear you now, Lisa.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
Okay.
He hung up on me.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he didn't sign on with audio,
Yeah,
but we
that's
have
what happened.
so much. Do we have questions of Mr. Hammett? Anybody? Since Rusty's on here, can we ask him the questions? Are there any questions of Rusty? Okay, well, we might not have questions of him anyway, Rusty. Do you
Okay.
want to say anything on behalf of him?
I would kind of like to say something if anybody can hear me.
Would
Can
you
put me
tell
on
him that we
speaker,
can
Rusty?
hear him? He can talk. He just can't hear us.
Hello?
Yeah,
Mark,
I
can you
I
help
told
us
him
with
that.
this?
I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Hello,
But I
can
don't
anybody
have
hear
his
me?
phone number.
I mean, but if council doesn't have any questions of him at the moment, could
Rusty-
someone tell him that he could just talk?
Okay, I'm hearing that you can hear me. I cannot hear you. I think one important point, which Kevin might have made, is this is land that backs up to Buckwater Commons, general commercial land. It's owned by University Investments that runs all the way down the north side of the Bluffton Parkway and across the street as well. And this 13 acres, John has got under contract with University Investments. And he just wants to be able to plan it all together. Doesn't have a specific plan now, but wants to be able to plan it all together and hopefully sit down with someone and see what they want. The application asks for some residential, but that's just so he can talk to the town about whether it's needed in this area. If not, that's optional. It's otherwise everything that's allowed under the Grandy Oaks PUD is consistent with the Buckwater Commons. So we just didn't think we've got a chance to buy it and plan it all together, which frankly was always considered the way it would be planned. That's why there is commercial up on this side. It would also ultimately give residents down through there off Lakeside Drive the ability to go up to the light on Bluffton Parkway, as well as to come out on Buckwalter. So we think if we could sit down with staff, that we could get the whole thing worked out. If there's any problem with it, and work through them. We've worked with the town on a lot of things.
Thank you, Lewis. I don't know if he can hear me. Thank you. That everyone hear that? Does anyone have any other questions of anyone on this presentation? Okay. Kevin, or okay. No other questions. I'll read the motion. Is there a motion to approve on first reading of an ordinance approving the Grandy Oaks 2 LLC 100% annexation petition for certain property consisting of approximately 13.933 acres located at the southwest corner of the Buckwalter Parkway and Lake Point Drive intersection and identified as Beaufort County tax map numbers as shown into the town of Bluffton municipal boundary? Is there a motion? Okay, motion, Terry, if it's not a motion, is it still fail?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, motion fails for lack of a motion. Next is number 8, consideration of amendments to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Article 4, Article 9. This is short-term rentals and homestay rentals, and to establish permitting process for short-term rental units. This is first of 2 readings. Heather. Good evening, or almost good morning. And you are muted, Heather.
Yes, I'm unmuted now and just trying to make sure I'm sharing my screen here. Can you see my short-term rental? Sorry, this is the first time sharing multiple screens here.
No, it's up. You just haven't done slideshow, but it's up. We can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is first reading for the short-term rental units and homestay rentals and other lodging amendments. This is first reading for that. So this, we have had workshops on this item and moved forward and have been moving forward accordingly. Again, this, you'll see there's several items on the agenda that are related to this amendment. This is step 1. So this is the amendments that are related to the land use and the development of the short-term rental uses, creating that new use. So this is items specifically related to the Unified Development Ordinance. There is a following agenda item that is related to proposed changes to the municipal code, which is needed for the permitting and the process changes, as well as an agenda item related to proposed changes to the master fee schedule and proposed software that Chris Forrester, the Director of Finance, will be presenting. So there are many pieces and parts related to this proposed amendment. Just a little bit of background. This comes to you as a result of the strategic action plan and the directive for staff to really look at the land uses, calibration of the land uses, and specifically identify and address uses that were not previously identified. And one of those being short-term rentals. At a workshop that we had back in 2019, Town Council, you all had directed staff to work with a group of, a focus group, create a focus group to really hear from the community, residents, realtors, business owners, and so on what the issues were and suggestions on how to address that. Staff moved forward with the focus group. We had workshops with the group, also had public meetings as a result of that, and compiled all that information. Using that information, we came back to you all in July of this past year with another workshop following up to overview the short-term rentals and the proposed amendments. We have taken all of that information and compiled it in the proposed amendments, which I'll outline in a moment here. And that also has gone to the Planning Commission for a public hearing, and they unanimously recommend the proposed amendments as I'm presenting to you for your consideration. A summary of what's included in the amendments is this is meant, we're trying to move forward with as simple and straightforward as possible, but while meeting the directive of town council, that strategic plan item, and just the character of the town of Bluffton, making sure that it also makes the tenants safe, the community safe, and addresses all of those needs. Going through that, we've also used this as an opportunity to align other related lodging uses and the definitions, align them within the Unified Development Ordinance, as well as business license requirements and things of that nature, specifically as it pertains to the number of rooms and units. The proposed definition of a short-term rental unit, right now, the short-term rentals are not specifically addressed in the Unified Development Ordinance, so they have been interpreted to be a residential use. The length of stay has not been addressed as part of the UDO. Like I said, it meets the definition that it is closest to is a residential unit. So that is how it is currently regulated. So this is a new definition, and that definition is a dwelling unit, principal or accessory, that is rented in its entirety to transient guests for less than 30 consecutive days. And that does align with others. The City of Beaufort has this same definition as well. And again, like I said, while adding that use, we looked at all of the lodging uses and made sure that they all align with other regulations. Homestay rental, this is when someone simply rents out one bedroom, so not the whole unit, but just simply one bedroom, so a roommate, so to speak. So wanted to make sure that that was clarified. And again, because we use the term transient guests, make sure that that definition is included as well. So here you'll see the underlined additions to the code and the strike-throughs on what is being proposed to be struck. Bed and breakfast is a use that we currently have in the Unified Development Ordinance. So again, just aligning it with the number of bedrooms to make everything consistent, that homestay rental that I just discussed. As well as an inn, which we currently have a use for, hotel, and then again, that new definition for short-term rental unit. Fast forwarding, so the proposed use changes, this is a portion of the uses by district for the Unified Development Ordinance. You will notice on the top here that this is all of the zoning districts, not the development agreements or PUDs. So the development and the development agreements and PUD areas, those are already bound by their existing uses. So the use classifications do not affect where it would be permitted in those development agreement areas. What we've done is we've aligned short-term rental units to be conditional use in all of the uses that allow single-family residential, as well as that homestay rental. No other changes to where bed and breakfast or inns. We did consolidate some of the conditional uses to make this conditional use to be a permitted use. This shows that area that I was talking about. So anything in the green is the PUDs. So what I just presented to you would not affect those areas. It would just simply be the other residential districts. So the use conditions related to short-term rentals, what we proposed is that short-term rental units would only be allowed one per lot for various zoning districts, with the exception of the neighborhood core historic district. So for example, if you have a main house, a carriage home, or an accessory structure, you could do a short-term rental in one of those units, but not all three. However, the neighborhood core historic district, which if I went back, showing on that map is the area where the promenade is. That area we're proposing to not have the limitation of 1, and that is because in that zoning district, hotels and motels are allowed, as well as multifamily. So since multifamily is allowed as well as hotels and motels, you could have multiple units rather than limit it to 1. This would not pertain, for example, bungalow court is a use that is allowed in the neighborhood, make sure I get this straight, the neighborhood general historic district, and that would only be 1. So if you have 5 or 6 or 4, however many there'd be, you could again only get a short-term rental unit for 1 of those units. The other units could be long-term rentals, they could be owner-occupied, but only 1 short-term rental per lot, other than that neighborhood core historic district area. The idea too for the second condition is that it appears to be a residential structure, that it does not appear to be commercial in character, similar to the criteria and the conditions for a home occupation. So no signage, no commercial character, to make sure that we retain that residential character. And then number 3, that you do have to get a short-term rental unit permit, and that's what's the next agenda item is related to. And again, that is a new section in the Municipal Code of Ordinances that would address that, similar to how, for example, we permit and issue permits for mobile vending, for example. Again, this highlights that exception area where we're proposing that you would be allowed more than 1 short-term rental per lot. So again, this is the area outlined in red here. Again, promenade is, and a little area over here where this is the Dollar General. I can't think of the new name of that development here, and the corners of Thomas Hayward, where you have Got Smart Meats here and the other corner over there. So, and again, the thought behind that is because those areas allow, again, that multifamily use as well as hotels and motels, that would be exempt from that condition.
Heather, could I ask just one question in the middle of this?
Of course.
You when you're referring to the promenade, that is a PUD, right?
No, sir, it is not.
Oh.
There's a development plan for that. So, but it is not zoned as it's not zoned as a planned unit development, but it does have an overall master plan as one development.
But Heather, I want to jump in too. You have that area, Kirk's Bluff, which is kind of in there, Stock Farm and Tabby Road, all have covenants. You're actually giving them more rights because most of those currently have minimal rental time. So who trumps who?
The more restrictive. So if a community has more restrictive covenants, then they would not be allowed to do it. But this is just our recommendation. So the more restrictive.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure of that because I thought about the promenade being a PUD too, and I didn't know. Okay.
And again, this seems like the most simple way to move forward with that exception. And again, just the correlation between hotel, motel, and multiple short-term rentals. So that was how we proposed to move forward with that. The next, right now in the Unified Development Ordinance, there are use conditions listed for inns. Inns is already a permitted use in the UDO. What staff is proposing that we eliminate the conditions. If going through those conditions, they're addressed elsewhere in the UDO, so they're not necessarily going away, so to speak, but they've already been addressed in other elements of the Unified Development Ordinance. The short-term rental permit, like I said, that is to make sure that there is that application process moving forward, and that is all addressed in the municipal code, which is why we've separated them out. So the first step would be, is short-term rental uses a new use that's included in the Unified Development Ordinance? And if so, what are the definitions and where would it be allowed? And then the next steps would be, how would we move forward with the licensing and the management of that use. And again, that agenda item is immediately following this one and would follow the same path. There is review criteria whenever we are making proposed changes to the Unified Development Ordinance. I will not go through all of this. This is all addressed in your staff report, but it has been addressed and considered, and was also considered by the Planning Commission during their public hearing on this item, and it does comply. And again, the Planning Commission at the September 23rd meeting did vote unanimously to recommend approval to Town Council of the proposed amendments. And again, you, same authority, approve it as submitted, approve it with amendments or conditions, or deny it as submitted. Here's the next steps. Should it move forward, again, these are always anticipated meeting dates, but it is required to have a public hearing. So the next step would be final reading and public hearing November 10th. And I am happy to answer any questions that you have, or can go back to any slide. So
Thank you, Heather. Well done, very thorough. Other questions? You answered the biggest one I had, but any other questions? I don't see anybody. Larry, were you asking a question? Dan, Fred, Bridget, anybody? Okay, good. Well, we'll see what happens between now and second reading, but right now, is there a motion to move to approve first reading of amendments of Chapter 23 Unified Development Ordinance, Article 4 Zoning Districts, Article 9 Definitions relating to certain lodging uses, including establishing short-term rental units and homestay rentals?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Maybe one question. What happens on things that have been approved and have not been built yet? Is there a time frame that they have to come back and this would reflect the new rules, or is it on anything not finished?
What we've presented, and it's a great question, and I'll go into my parts of my next presentation, is that if it is already documented, how we currently permit these types of uses is as a home occupation. So if they have a home occupation to operate a short-term rental now currently, then they could continue to do so as a legally non-conforming use, provided they continue to get the certifications. However, if they do not have their license or certification to operate as a short-term rental, and they would have to meet the rules and regulations that are ultimately approved at second reading.
So is there a time that this could happen between first and second reading, or is this a pending doctrine ordinance that we would need to add to this?
Right now, it's just first and second reading, but I would defer to Carrie Finger for any additional questions or comments on that.
Mayor, I think that what you're asking, and if it was 7 o'clock, you would have gone to pending ordinance doctrine very quickly. But since it's 10 o'clock, we're not thinking as clearly as perhaps other time, but this might be a pending ordinance doctrine application for you.
Okay, so would someone amend that to include a pending doctrine ordinance? Don't we have to have an amendment on that if everyone?
You would have to have your motion be amended to add the pending ordinance doctrine to it, yes.
Okay. And maybe no one wants it. I just wanted to bring it up.
No, I'll be glad to amend the motion, Mayor, to add the pending ordinance doctrine process.
Great. Is there a second on that?
Second.
And then we vote on that one, right, Terry? So all in.
That's correct, Mayor.
All in favor of the amendment, state by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And now to the original motion. All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Great. Okay. So, I didn't read the second one. I guess I could have asked that question before. So next is number 9. It's consideration of amendments to Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Business and Business Regulations, Article 5, Short-Term Rental Units to establish a permitting process for short-term rentals. First reading.
Thank you. So like I said, this is the next step to address the short-term rental uses. So this is proposed changes to the municipal code of ordinances related to that permitting and certification process. And like I said, this would be a new section to Chapter 6, Business and Business Regulations, again, to establish the new certification process. In a moment, because it is a whole brand new amendments and text, I will bring up that portion of the packet. But just to summarize, again, this is related to what was just passed. This would create that specific permit and application process. The application form, which I do have a draft form to bring up, includes an agent authorization form. So it includes who to contact if there's any questions, issues, and that's very important for any occupants of a short-term rental unit, as well as any neighboring needs or enforcement needs, what public health, safety, anything that could arise. This also is proposed to have a fee associated with that. So the next agenda item is associated with master fee schedule to revise that to have a permit fee. My recommendation is that this would take effect January 1st of next year if it's adopted, and this would provide time to send out notices to those that are currently in operation, and again to get proposed software in place to again accept applications, monitor the applications, and move forward. And this will go into the next portions of the next presentation, but speaking with the software vendors, this is a very reasonable date to move forward with. Again, you have the same actions and authorities as before, and I am going to pull up the new ordinance. Sorry, if you give me one moment. Let's see. So here is, see the exhibit here and the attachment of the proposed regulations. This is, again, goes through and aligns with the proposed UDO amendments as far as those definitions, the locations, the permit required. Also requires that there be an application. This section here, short-term rental unit agent and duties, outlines the duties and reasons, purposes to have that agent listed on the application. Staff did a great deal of research, again, with communities such as City of Savannah, Beaufort, Mount Pleasant, Charleston, and this is very standard and considered best management practices, again, to make sure you know who to call if there is any questions or issues arise. Moving forward, there's just information about what the authority of what's done when we review that application, what we need to consider that complete, and the penalties. Also posting of that rental permit on the premises. So if you've ever stayed at a short-term rental, Airbnb, VRBO, there has been times, I know when I've stayed at them myself, where it is very clear to you as an occupant what that permit is, what the rules and regulations are, and that's very informative, again, to the tenants, so they know what's expected of them as a tenant and that it has gone through the approval process. There's an advertising requirement that permit number be included on any advertisement, so everything is cross-referenced and monitored accordingly. Going through the inspections, this is a little bit, I won't know when I say quirky, but for lack of a better word, in that how the industry standard is that it's not something that is typically inspected when they apply for a permit or certification. The short-term rentals is considered residential per ICC and building code. So that is typically inspected at the time of construction. So you follow whatever rules are in place at that time. So there is typically a certification process, and that's included in the application. And we've had a great deal of discussions with building officials as well as the fire marshal on the best way to approach this. There is also, apologize, I'm scrolling through here. There's also notification for neighboring property owners that a short-term rental application has been applied for. So that is something that they need to include in their packet, their application packet. This here is a draft of the application. So at the last time when we discussed the workshop item, the questions came up and in the discussion of how it would work and what, how this would actually be implemented. So this is a draft of the application. Again, staff would make sure that all of the information here follows whatever is approved or moves forward from council. But again, outlines all of the things that I mentioned as a part of the ordinance as well as part of the application. So again, the information on what's required as far as the licenses and permits, as well as renewals, transfers, even modifications to the application. We want to make sure that we have up-to-date information, especially on who that property manager is. Again, that posting requirement of what they are required to post inside the unit for tenants. And here's the application as far as the fees, and Chris will go into that as far as how we've come up with our proposed fees. We are proposing that this be an annual renewal, and discussing with both business license as well as with the software monitoring company that the recommendation is that this is done on the same date. So whether it's January 1 annually, that is something that we would propose as far as that annual renewal. Again, basic property owner information, the agent information, and the required documentation. And here's the approval from the POA. So that is one thing that we would require as part of the certification, that they do have their POA or HOA's approval to apply for the short-term rental. Here's that acknowledgements and the affidavit that I discussed. The first thing, as far as all the general requirements, licensing and life safety. And here is those, the safety requirements like we discussed. Smoke detectors in the bedrooms, smoke detectors on each floor, and so on and so forth. And these are things that are required by building codes when the home is built, but we want to make sure that that remains in operational order and continues when they apply for their short-term rental. The only additional thing that's not necessarily required per code when you build a residential home would be the fire extinguisher requirement. And again, just that agent authorization, so who the owner is authorizing to be the property agent. And then finally, the motion. So again, we will update the applications and move forward with that. However, the motions move forward and make sure everything is aligned. But this is the draft that we've worked on with the finance department as well as other town staff. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. And I also have the motion here on the screen that I can.
Any questions for Heather on this? Again, really well thought out. And
Yeah, the fees, you said Chris would discuss those. That's, I know it's getting late, so I'm not trying to drag on the meeting. So.
Number 10. I think we just have to vote individually on each of these.
Yes.
So we have to do that on number 10. Anything on the permitting process? Yeah, the fees are the next item. If not, is there a motion to move to approve first reading of amendments to the Town of Bluffton General? No, sorry. Where am I? Is this it? Yeah. General Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Business and Business Regulations, Article 5, Short-Term Rental Units, and this is first reading.
So moved.
Your second? Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Next is number 10, and this is the fee schedule, amending the Town of Bluffton 2021 budget to reflect addition of short-term rental revenue per the master fee schedule. So Larry, here it is.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. I promise this will be the last you hear of me this evening. I'm going to share my screen real quickly. All right.
You promise?
We love you, Chris, but
Let's
So
move.
current license and tax requirements. So currently each short-term rental or each property with a short-term rental must have a business license. The accommodations tax requirements are if the homeowner lives on the property and it is more than 5 bedrooms, or if the owner does not live on the property, regardless of the number of bedrooms, a tax is required to be collected and remitted for reservations less than 90 consecutive days. That's the A tax requirement. So currently we have business license associated with 74 short-term rental properties. We had a vendor do a look using their software, and they identified at a point in time 182 short-term rentals being advertised. So right there is kind of the gap between what we know about and what is compliant versus not compliant. So the proposed short-term rental fee, annual registration fee, is $325. And we asked the vendors about this and see for best practices used around the country. And they said that they typically see an average nightly rate as the annual fee. So they ran some numbers and found that the average nightly rate within the town of Bluffton was $325. So this will be located within the master fee schedule under other business license fees. And currently in that section, we have the mobile vending permit, and that is $400 annually. Looking at some other South Carolina towns, they have Charleston, $265, and that includes registration as well as there's an inspection that they go through. Mount Pleasant is $250, City of Beaufort is $150, but if they find you non-compliant, they charge you $1,000, and the Isle of Palms is at $350 currently. Very quickly, business case. So I did this based off an estimated 170 registered short-term rental units, would generate about $55,000 in revenue. Additionally, if we use this and bring up properties compliant on the business license, it'll produce additional business license revenue, a small amount there. Net revenue increase of $62,821. We priced out some compliance management companies that were already competitively bid through a consortium, and the annual fee is $28,000, and I'll go over all of what that includes in a moment. And just included a small amount for the staff time costs for making sure that this is carried out, as well as some reconciliation between their collections and what we receive. So some challenges that we face is properties are listed all across online platforms, so it's hard to monitor. Listings are added and removed constantly and often changed. Details vary, and it makes it difficult to locate exact locations and property information such as property owners. Difficult to accurately identify how often properties are rented and for how much to verify our tax collections. And platforms do not provide detailed data to municipalities currently. So vendor managed compliance. So if we contracted with a vendor to do the compliance and collections on our behalf, there are 4 categories that we could purchase. The first being a mobile web-enabled registration and tax collection. So this would enable both web as well as a mobile app for individuals to apply for registration of a short-term rental and to pay. Second is a address identification. So they will constantly reach out through their software to the different websites that post short-term rentals and identify addresses within the town that pop up. Compliance monitoring, so the ongoing monitoring of permit and licensing compliance, and will kind of help foster outreach to those non-compliant operators to bring them within compliance. And then they have ongoing rental activity monitoring. So this is where they collect the detailed data on properties that are rented, for how much, for tax compliance and enforcement, and can provide detailed data sheets if we ever have to go to court for any reason. So in your packets, you have the budget amendment, which accounts for the additional revenue and the expenditure for a compliance management firm, as well as the where the master fee change would show up. So as I mentioned, we are proposing an annual fee of $325. I can take any questions at this time.
Any questions? Oh gosh, any questions for Chris on this?
Yeah, I read through most of this, I think, Chris, but I do want to bring up one thing. The A-tax.
Yes.
Everyone would be required to pay that, right? Which is 3%?
Yeah, so they're required to pay it currently. So that wouldn't be any change. And I actually did an analysis to see if I saw any discrepancies in numbers that would lead me to believe that they're not collecting the A-tax, since most properties are listing through websites that collect that tax on behalf of the state, and either remit it to us directly or remit it to the state. I did not really see any numbers that indicated a whole-scale non-compliance in A-tax collections, which is why I did not include it in my business case. I think most of it is being collected by those online platforms. The problem, as I mentioned, they don't provide us any details. So if there's no way for us to identify which properties to make sure that they're compliant on the business license side.
Right. Well, do we have, I know you do, and I don't expect you, it's getting late. How much A-tax do we collect a year from the ones that are doing the right thing already?
Yeah, it's around, it's between 225 and 240,000, I think.
That much? Okay. Just from short-term rentals, or is that?
Just short-term rentals.
So 220,000?
Yeah. That's why I don't believe we're missing out.
Short-term rentals, the Old Town Inn, or no? Aren't short-term rentals less than 90 days, or?
Yes, less than 90 days. It doesn't include hotels or inns.
Wow.
Wow. That's shocking to me. I didn't. Yeah. Good job.
Great. Anything else?
I have a question for myself.
Yes, ma'am.
Not sure if this is geared towards Heather or Chris, but I know you mentioned the other municipalities, and they collect a fee for the permit purposes, and then there's an inspection. Will that be a requirement of short-term to have an annual inspection similar to what mobile vending permitters have to have?
I think Heather can address that, but I don't believe the intent is to do annual inspections.
No, our intent, and as proposed, we're not proposing to do an annual inspection. However, they would be required to do an annual renewal. So they would have to renew their application.
Okay, so there would be no way, like if I saw in something earlier that they would have to have, like, smoke detectors and things like that in the home. There'd be no other way other than the property owner's word that those things are actually inside of the rental.
We could do an inspection. Research with most of the other municipalities, as well as discussions with the fire marshal, as well as the building official, and just the implications with building code requirements, because this is something that's not addressed in the building code. So they address residential or commercial. So it's a really kind of a hybrid approach. We could propose an inspection. and we could, include that in our procedures. I don't know as if anything would have to change in the actual ordinance language. So it's something that could change. And certainly if we're aware of a violation or something like that, we could proceed accordingly. Again, just the proposal that we had and using the practices was the affidavit approach. And again, there is that initial, when the structure is initially built, they have to have whatever codes are in place at the time for a residential structure, at least for the short-term rental portion of it. So the other thing that I didn't state earlier, but what many communities are doing, because this is a relatively new use and everyone's adopting, not everyone, but a lot of municipalities and counties are adopting regulations to address it, is have an annual or biannual review. So what's working, what's not working, and how do we need to adjust it? So I believe Savannah does it every 3 years. So I would certainly recommend that we see whatever is ultimately adopted, should something be adopted, definitely review and audit how it's working and how we need to change any procedures. So sorry, that was a long answer. Anyway, but I hope that helps.
Did that answer your question, Bridget?
Heather, and follow up to what Bridget's question was, but don't they have to sign a document saying that they provided the fire extinguisher and the alarms, et cetera? And so from a legal perspective, if something goes wrong and they haven't abided by their agreement, they're opening up themselves to a lot of liability.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And we also have reviewed this, and we've worked closely with the town attorneys and again throughout the process. So that's why there was, if you remember on that application form, there was a lot of make sure that we educate, inform, and include all of that in the packets.
And Heather, I'll add as well, because when we talked about this, were you not going to require that documentation stating what all that information is and all those materials will be posted on property for any renter to view? I think that's a key point too. There's a check and balance there.
Yes, it has to be posted in a very conspicuous place, as well as that posting also requires whatever is ultimately approved. All the ordinances also have to be in that unit. Again, just for that information and the education of what's expected of everyone. Thank you.
Pose my questions only because we know the majority of complies and does the right things, but we know there's always going to be the exceptions of, for lack of a better term, like slum landlords who don't and won't necessarily follow those guidelines and things that are set forth. So just wanted to make sure that there's something in place if those who are abiding by it are doing, the right things and paying their fees, that that there's not a loophole for someone to just come in, under that guise and they're not following, the stipulations that have been set in place for our protection and, the tenants who would be staying in that short-term rental.
Good thoughts. Anything else? I don't know that I have the motion. Here we go. If nothing else, is there a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton fiscal year 2021 budget to reflect the addition of short-term rental revenue per the master fee schedule?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. We have Roman numeral 11. We have consent items. It's all our reports. It's the town manager's report. And then it's the item number 3 of the donation of land. Is there anything y'all want off of this? Or do you want, if not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Yes or Dan? Sorry.
Yeah, I would like to ask Mark to maybe check on one thing. It's curiosity. In the municipal court, traffic cases disposals in 2019 were 71, and in 2020, 191. And criminal cases disposed in 2019 were 9, in 2020, 29. So I don't know if there's a disconnect between our enforcement abilities and then not getting to the court properly. Or I don't know what the situation is. Those seem to be rather significant. So maybe you could get back to us on that, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next month, we're asking you, Chief, for all that information. That's why you're on here so long. So, okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
And I hear, can one of y'all second that then?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. And I meant to call you out earlier, Chief. Welcome again. And we usually don't go this long, and I made a promise to myself we never will again. This has been a long night.
When the mayor's out of town, we don't have these long meetings.
Well, I was about to go out of town about an hour ago. I was about to tell you I was gone.
Fred and I know that.
Anyway,
we meant to do this to you.
Yeah. You've been baptized by fire.
That's mean, Fred.
Okay, y'all, we're still live on Facebook. We haven't gone into executive session. And I don't know if you need to come in on that. You can ask Mark, but we welcome you here. So
welcome.
Next,
thank you very much.
Absolutely. Is there a motion to go into executive session for receipt of legal advice relating to development approvals of the Bluffton Historic District? That's FOIA 3470A2, and receipt of legal advice pertaining to the acquisition of real property and other terms associated with the development agreements for the Village of Revere, and that's FOIA 3470A2.
So moved.
So moved.
One of y'all second it.
Second.
There you go. All in favor, state by saying aye.
Getting late.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then Mark, you can tell everybody who can leave.